It's the tongue you burn. Show tune in right now. Like and share. Our city needs that vow. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up. We're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. Residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Tongue your burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. With every step it all renews. In a step it all renews.
Good morning. It is a blessing to be here, and I was not here last week. I did a little thing from where I was at, Philly and Jersey, and it was a long week. Got back, and it was straight to council meetings, literally straight. Producer Jay, because you've been holding it down. How are you this morning?
Good morning. How are you? Hold on, give me a second. Let me. There we go. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm good.
I feel that. Same.
So our weather is freezing here. I don't think your weather is. Ours is so cold.
So it's pretty cold. It's about 38 this morning. So it's.
Oh, and that's what you consider to be pretty cold, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, compared to yours, I guess that's not.
Yeah, listen, we are high 21. Last night on my screen, it showed 11. It was 11 to 1. I was like, it's cold. When the furnace is constantly kick on. But it's 21 degrees here now. And we're supposed to have a high of 32, which is freezing. So, welcome to Michigan.
Y'all can keep that cold weather up there with y'all.
Listen, you can put the milk outside and it'll freeze. So I think back in the growing up, I know my mom would always cook and my grandmother big meals, and they would always put the food because it was not enough. So after big holidays or events, they would put the food on the my grandmother, there was a back screen porch, or they call them a Michigan room. And listen, but groceries too high right now, so it don't even matter. But it's cold. It is cold. Look, good morning wherever y'all. Good morning, Tracy Glenn. Listen, drop in where you at. I missed y'all. I'm going to try not to make this a marathon. And if it's too long, I'll blame it on Producer Jack. Blame it on him. So drop in where you're from, where you're at. And I appreciate each and every one of you this morning. So, good morning, Reed Johnson. Reed Johnson sends me these beautiful good mornings, and I appreciate them. Thank you. So, listen, Producer Jay, a lot has happened this week. We are going to cover, I'm going to say like the past week and a half. Good morning, Miss J. I'm in the city of brotherly love. Okay, we know where that is. Good morning, ITM from the ATL. Listen. We have Vanessa Giddings, good morning, from Mesquite, Texas. Y'all, it's been a lot. Good morning, Patrick Jean. And I'm going to start. Patrick Jean gave me, and I listened to that song that you gave me again by Luke Combs. When we would be in the chat, Good morning, new one. We'll be in the chat with Jewel. Jewel has been offering for a while and on TikTok. And so it was I think, let me back it up. Country music reminds me of blues in a way. Good morning, Cameron from Sanford, Florida. And Luke Combs' Crazy Beautiful. If y'all have not listened to that song, listen to Luke Combs' Crazy Beautiful. I love that song. Good morning, Kamala Buford from Chattahoochee, Florida. That is such a beautiful song by, good morning, Naila Shay. I'm like everybody, auntie. So listen, y'all gotta listen to that song, Crazy Beautiful. I like that song. I ain't going, good morning. I was in your city, and I was all over your city having a great time. So, a great time. Listen, y'all need to listen to that song, Luke Combs' song, Crazy Beautiful. I love that song, and I played it again last night. It like popped up. Like, let me play this, and it reminds me of me. It really does. And it's a country song, but Luke Combs nailed it. He nailed it. So, anyways, wherever you are at, we appreciate you for dropping in. Look, do us a favor. Click like, share, and subscribe. Click like, share, and subscribe. That's what we need you to do to keep it going, to keep our algorithm. And let me say this to our first 50 people who allowed us to be able to go live in less than, was it 10 hours, 8 hours when you sent me that? And we had double the amount of people requested, Producer Jay. It was, I don't know how many.
I mean, it was within an hour or two.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's all to y'all. So what's up? And thank y'all to y'all. Y'all help us do what we do. And when you text me, you inbox me, and it didn't take, I'm like, okay, let's do this. So I want to give a shout out to Sheena Beckton, who gave me beautiful screen things to put up, social media flyers. Those were designed by her. Listen, I don't be having time. All my stuff is done because of y'all. It is because everyone in the community wants to keep this going, and this is all about community. Flint is not unique when it comes to certain things that are happening. They could happen anywhere. What I like to be is transparent and let you know what's going on. And hopefully along the way, I can teach y'all something. Y'all can teach me something. And we can keep it going. So we can have a better community and better government. Good morning, Merck66. So we're going to start with, and if I'm sniffling, I may have to take a Benadryl, y'all. I may have to, because I think it's the flowers behind me. As much as I love the flowers, and they all got it right. They got the flowers right, y'all. So for those of you, I did celebrate this week my birthday. I turned 21 again, times 2 plus some numbers. So, and if anybody knows me, I'm not a rose person. My favorite flower is the lily. And I absolutely love flowers. And so I did get beautiful bouquets of flowers. And so those are actually like lilies and roses mixed in both of those. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful. And I was really proud of my kids always get it right. You know, when I stopped them from paying for my own Christmas gifts and birthday gifts, I was getting really, really nice gifts. This was before they were grown. And they was shopping with my money. And so when I cut it off, I'm like, no, give me something that doesn't cost money. So my kids start writing me letters for the holidays and talking about us as a family. And those I appreciate and cherish so much. So much. So good morning, Bradley. I may have to take that Benadryl, Jay, because I am just a little, you can hear it in me. Listen.
You want to go ahead and go in?
I think we're gonna play the first video because I want to talk about, as much as things are going on, we're gonna get into talk about the I can probably dip when I do I'll do my camera.
No, I got just first video.
Yeah, we got some videos.
Okay,
so
we'll go ahead. You ready for the first one?
Well, let me get in just a second. So we're gonna talk about number one, y'all. Hey, the recalls. And so look, it was really, I'm not gonna say it's surprising. So the recalls were denied, all four for me. And it was surprising because Judy Priestley, councilman for the 4th Ward, and Liddell Lewis for the 2nd Ward, were actually there taking pictures. I mean, we're going to put the pictures up later, and then we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about also the selection or the election for the 3rd Ward. What's going on with that? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the presidency. We're going to talk about, we went to court. I had court date 2 days, one at 8:15 and the next one was at 11 o'clock. So I think that was Wednesday. So Wednesday was a very, very busy day for me. So we're going to talk about that. We are going to get into all of that. So listen, I want to talk about great things despite all the craziness and the dysfunctional things that are still going on in the 6th Ward. Me moving the 6th Ward forward, not forgetting about what I was elected to do and who I was elected for. A lot of people, if you live, well, a lot of you don't live in Flint, but in the 6th Ward, we had this building and buildings, they were apartment buildings, which were blighted. And it had been a dispute with, the first owner sold it to another owner on a land contract. Before the owner finished the completion of the payments, there was a mysterious fire. And the fire happened in the building's insurance sent a check, a huge check. So because the owner had defaulted on the land contract payment, the building defaulted back to the original owner because they never completed the payments. So when the insurance check came with both names on it. So there were dual names on it. There were dual names. And the one company actually, property manager cashed a check and didn't give the other person the money. So this stayed in court for I'm going to say almost 6 years now. I'm going to say 6 years because 5 or 6 years, but at least 5. I know for sure. I know 2019 because I met the owner who originally, name is Dave. I had met with him. And this was before I was elected at all. And that's how I first found out about the issue. And it was a problem. And so this issue had been in Judge Bell's court since then. She never ruled on it. By the way, Judge Bell, we're going to hear this name a couple times throughout the day or my segment. Judge Bell is also the judge who is on the city council case. Now, she never made a decision on my case with the case with Ballinger Square. Never did. And I'm going to say this to the 6th Ward residents, for all of you who wrote letters, all of you who went to the meetings, all of you who stood together. They sent letters, we all, but it's the 6th Ward residents came together, sat in court, went to court, followed the court case, and she would not act on it. Finally, the county treasurer, and this is over 5-6 year period. Finally, the county treasurer had extra funds. Deb Cherry, we appreciate you, Deb Cherry, for taking this and spearheading it and taking it to the county commissioners. The county treasurer had money. She said, let's tear it down. It is torn down. So progress is still going on in the 6th Ward. That was one of my campaign promises. That I would continuously and still work hard to get those buildings torn down. Can we pop up the building before? I sent the building, not the whole WNEM one. If we can put the building up before it was demolished. That's the building. That's one of them. And there were 5 buildings that were there. This day, they were actually removing asbestos. As you see, they have the doorways blocked off and they keep a guard there, and it was fenced off. So, and you see where the windows were missing, they have them at the top, plastic, and then they're boarded. So this had become a blighted apartment building in my ward on Ballinger Highway, which the 2 owners were fighting over the checks. So this is one of the great things that has happened since I've been the councilwoman. These buildings are now gone, and they sit across from some beautiful apartment buildings that were restored. Okay, let's take that off because progress is great. It's great. It's great. Also, one of the things that has also been done, Ballinger Highway, one of the worst streets. You could lose your front end right in front of the Taco Bell and Burger King. Almost took a ride. The road was really, really, really rough, and it has been paved, which is great. So we know that our street maintenance is listening, and when we put those requests in, and when I put them in, they are honoring them. So let's play the video.
The 6th Ward is people be able to drive by, no more couches, no more garbage, no more the building was open to people and to animals, everything. This is wonderful.
Burns says she would love to see a new construction at this property, but for right now, we'll take the green space. Tonight, it was once a blighted eyesore sitting on Ballinger Highway. After years of being empty and litigation with the owners, the Ballinger Manor apartments are now demolished. The apartments became the talk of so many people. Last week, demolition began, and today the structure is now rubble.
Demolition means progress. This is progress. Residents don't have to worry about their property values.
Flint City Councilwoman Tanya Burns says she has been asking for this to be torn down for years.
I didn't think I'd ever see it down.
Councilwoman Burns says the owners of the Ballinger Manor apartments were tied up in litigation for about 5 years. This past August, during a Genesee County Board of Commissioners meeting, commissioners voted and approved the delinquent tax fund in the county to fund this project in Flint.
The county had money. They made the decision. We do know that McLaren had tried to purchase it, and also Communities First, and so there were other businesses who wanted to purchase it over the years, but it was tied up in court and went nowhere for years.
The blighted property became a hazard, like many other vacant properties in the area. We've covered fires that were started inside the empty building.
People are breaking in or going in and starting fires. You know, the dumping in the front and the back. The building literally was falling down.
Councilwoman Burns tells me this will be a green space until they are able to sell it. County Treasurer Deb Cherry is confident in getting all of the county's money back when they sell it.
This is a great day for the 6th Ward as people be able to drive by, no more couches, no more garbage, no more the building was open to people and to animals, everything. This is wonderful.
Burns says she would love to see a new construction at this property, but for right now, we'll take the green space.
So great things, like I said, are happening in the 6th Ward. I never thought that would come down. Never, 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 ever, ever. And it sits right across. I like repurposing buildings. It sits right across from a school building, which was repurposed in my ward, Coolidge Square. And it's now apartments and then like open front store, like market space. And having that down is just, it's great. It's great. Good morning, Bishop Priestley. And listen, if you're on here, listen, we have 145 people. Thank you, Patrick Drink. And thank you. The other one went so quick because I was looking down. Look, if y'all can click like shit, I ain't going. 132 watching, 45 thumbs up. Unacceptable. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. Listen, you can hit it more than once. Hit that like button. Push out our algorithm. We got a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about. So listen, we have got some things. Hit the like button. Look, I'm gonna hit the like button myself on my own phone. Listen. And that's what I'm going to do. So we got a lot that to talk about. And we know that that 3rd Ward race has been highly contested. One thing I do want to say is that I can see some history being changed. I think that Beverly Biggs Levy is going to make some history with how our elections are done, or our recall part. I truly believe that, because in my recall meeting or hearing, they talked about having changing the process already at the state of Michigan. And so I truly believe it's going to be coming. And I think the last person, I think I got to sneeze. Last time I think it was changed was in the 70s, late 70s. When you see the gentleman that comes up there, Papa Jared, he comes up there, and he was a part of changing it. And what they did was they used to have, and they changed the law that you cannot. Good morning, Christine Leach. You cannot, in an election, what they used to do was a card lottery. You come to vote, you get a ticket, you put the ticket in, but you got to vote first. And then if you vote, they didn't tell you who you had to vote for. And then your name goes in the lottery. And guess what they gave you? A brand new car if you vote. A brand new car. Papa Chad was a big baller, shot caller. That was way before the song came out. So listen, they changed the law that you couldn't do that because the black vote was increasing in black neighborhoods. You know, they gave away a free car, and the free car caused people to, people came out. They came out. Your name went in there, and they gave you the car free and clear. And so now in the hearing, and I don't even think there was anything written about it. I didn't even look it up. I hate to say this, it's been such a busy week. In my recall hearing, one of the things when it was over, they talked about changing, looking at it, changing to the recall process and as to how recalls can be done, to also how recalls, what they rise to the level of, and looking at that whole process. So it may be changed now. It may be changed. So we are going to see. It's going to be interesting, but it will be changed because Beverly Biggs is she's the recall queen. You not doing right. She on your head, and that's what she is. She is on your head. And so I see JWC on there. Good morning, JWC. Good morning. So I think that hold on. Some of these comments are good. I got to use my phone to look at these because I don't see them. Producer Jay, I can't see them on this side anymore.
You should be able to. I didn't change
Yeah,
anything.
on the right side, I don't have them.
I didn't change anything, so you may have hit a button.
Let me click over.
If you click over,
should be got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't be blaming me now.
Should I be blaming you? I got it now, y'all. Now I am good. Now I am good because I'm like, I gotta get out my phone. So Assalamu salam. Jessica said she could have swore that, and we're gonna get to that. We're gonna show the video. She put on here, I could have swore I heard all four at one point vote for AC when Candace switched up and voted the way Neely wanted her to. Well, that did happen. And so for 2 rounds, but we're gonna go into the part. Candace voted for AC Dumas in round 4 and round 5. She did. Now she stayed out her seat quite a bit. She was busy. She was busy. And so one thing with that election, we know that selection, the 4 of them are not going to ever vote for Beverly Biggs. It is just not going to happen. Thank you, Christine Leach, for hitting the like button. So it's just not going to happen. The 4 of them will not vote for her. That's not going to happen. It's not. And so her win will have to be through an election. We will go to a special master. We're going to go through what is a special master. We are going to talk about that. So I'm going to pull up. I'm going to have you pull up. And I didn't send you my run of show. Your girl was tired. Okay, why is she sending me this? Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so we got a lot to cover.
JWC said Candace was up and out of that seat a lot the other night trying to get approval from Neely.
She was up that seat. She was everywhere. But I'm gonna have to give it to. I don't personally, in my opinion, I do not think she was ever really, when that 2 round came. She voted round 4 and round 5. And then in rounds, because I have to rewatch it over, which is like putting yourself back through post-traumatic stress disorder. Then at round 51, round 70, she voted for Dumas round 4, round 5, and it was stated that she had never did it. That is false. She did. Round 4 and 5, Candace did vote. And then round 51, you had Jarrett and Pfeiffer voting. Then round 70, for 2 rounds, me and JWC voted for 2 rounds just to pull her card to show she is not going to vote for Dumas. She's not. We won a total of 126 rounds. Also, Leon voted for Rich. So it was stated that they hadn't broke. That's not true. Leon voted for Rich. And Dennis voted for Rich doing 1 round. And then he stayed what he made. And we're going to play the video to show y'all. But rounds 4 and 5, Candace started out very early. Very, very early. But we do know that they're not going to vote for Beverly Biggs. She has to win hers through an election. She did not win in court, and she took it. Our courts here are different, I'm going to tell you that. And so she went all the way to, believe, the Michigan Supreme Court, and she did not get a judgment there. So she did the Court of Claims at the state. And actually, her case is still in Judge Bell's court. I don't think Judge Bell has said anything. And Judge Bell is the one who is going to be the special master. So she has it in Judge Bell's court, which is just sitting there along with Ballinger Square, y'all, because she never did anything with that either. And Judge Bell is also the one, which a lot of people remember. We had John Cole, Johnny D. Peters, John Cole. That's the one who gave the 14-year-old boy HIV. That's the one who was working on Mayor Sheldon Neely's campaign, who had an alias name, changed his name. He had been in prison prior, and he had been in prison prior for sleeping with men or sleeping with individuals who he didn't inform them that he was infected. And so he went to prison for it. And he got out, and right after out the gate, he went to work for Mayor Sheldon Neely's campaign. He worked on his campaign. I'm gonna have to throw the pictures up for y'all. He worked on his campaign, and this is the one that she actually let out of jail, and he was supposed to come home. And I'm gonna say this: Arthur Woodson went to Sheriff Swanson and the deputy, the undersheriff, and said, "Hey, he can't be let out. You know, he's like he cannot be let out. This dude is a predator," and he went to him, and they ended up going back to court to put him back in there, but she had let him out. He was set to come out, which was surprising to everybody. I mean, surprising. And that was one of her cases because the 14-year-old young man tested earlier this year. They had put it in the paper for HIV, and that he tested positive. You know, that young man's life basically has been destroyed because of a criminal sexual predator. And sad part is, you know, you don't get a redo. He groomed that young man, and that's why we have to be careful who our children speak to on social media, because these predators out here, they're good. They'll pretend like, oh, I'm a friend to your child, and especially to, you know, if it's a broken home, you know, they know how to do that. You know, if it's a broken home, they go right in on that. They know how to find, you know, the weaknesses in the family, and he pretended to be a friend to this kid. And then he had kids walking, on Instagram with him, and, playing little music and other little disgusting. So this is the young man who, that is the young man who, and I was trying to find a picture of him, but his case was in Judge Bell's court. And so Judge Bell will be the special master. She retires, and they stated during court she will have time to do the case. And so she will be the special master. So, but in this case with Johnny Peters, a lot of people are like, well, who is she? That's who she is. He ended up having to go back to, they didn't let him out of jail. He was not let out of jail, but it was posted that he would be. And so many of you have seen Arthur Woodson put them pictures up on his page 1 million times with who this person is. And I don't know how in the world it ever got to the point that they thought he was okay to be let out when this child is going to be living with HIV for the rest of his life. I didn't understand that. I really and truly did not understand it. So that's who Judge Bell is. And I cannot find the picture. Well, anyways, if you go through Arthur Woodson's stuff, he's got it up 1 million times. Because he had met with the family, and he was actually very instrumental in meeting with the family, because the family, when they found out, that could have went, that man, I think, is lucky to be alive, because his family was very upset. I mean, you give a 14-year-old HIV and you groom him, and he hung around elected officials. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you all the elected officials he hung around. He was friends with Liddell Lewis, Mayor Neely, Eva Worthing, Judy Priestley. He would come to city council. He was their friend. For the record, I don't have predator friends. I simply do not. I do not have them. Don't have them, don't have any use for them. And you have to ask people questions. You have to. So that's who's going to be over the case. So, but we're going to get into where, and we're going to play the video so y'all can hear for yourself, where you hear Candace vote in round 4 and round 5 for Dumas. Now, when it was called on the okay, let's see, let's hold her to, oh, who sent that to you? There we go. This is the guy who Judge Bell was going to let out of jail. His name is Johnny D. Peters. He changed to John Cole, I believe. And it is several pictures of him, several. But this is the one who was palling around with Mayor Neely. Now, remember, Mayor Neely called at this press conference. He called council members in the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th terrorists. You palling around and hanging out around with child predators. I mean, come on. He actually called us terrorists. What do we call him? What should we be calling him? He is literally in all kinds of photos with this child sexual predator who gave a child HIV, a 14-year-old child. So he called us terrorists, which was really alarming to me for the mayor of the city of Flint. But you hanging around people like this, and this person gave this 14-year-old, groomed him, had sex with him, and you hanging around with this guy, and there's numerous pictures, numerous. And so this is the case that she was over, Judge Bell, and she was going to let him out. So people were wondering, who is she? Because she hasn't been on the, I think maybe 5 years she's been on the bench, not very long. Yeah, there we go. Let's read those. Mom discovered teen sons. You know what? Y'all put a like in there. Hit that like button for my producer. because he doing the thing.
You know I'm lurking in the background.
Huh?
You said, I'm lurking in the background.
And I appreciate you lurking in the background because he on it. A mom discovered teen son's alleged abuse by HIV positive Flint man after looking at his phone. Y'all see him in the orange jumpsuit. Who else y'all see him with? Mayor Neely. And it's in several pictures, several events. Actually, now this was the most disturbing. He was at an event at Burston Fieldhouse with kids. And this 14-year-old was there at the time. This John Cole had a show and then he had a nonprofit, y'all. He had a nonprofit, and this nonprofit, he took pictures of it at Burston with the mayor, Mayor Neely. What kid? He shouldn't have been around anybody. So he is now alive. So what's the first thing? The mother of the underage boy who was allegedly sexually assaulted by an older man who is positive for HIV said she learned about the son's alleged abuse after looking through his phone. This is who Mayor Neely hangs with. This is the same one who had Mayor Neely's campaign hat on. This is the one. Yep, that's him. He was wearing his Neely shirt and Neely hat on. He literally. And so this is the one who Judge Bell is she was going to let out, but this is the one who's going to be our special master. She's also the one that Beverly Biggs' case is still sitting in there. So Beverly Biggs' case at the state level, the Michigan Supreme Court, they denied it. The Court of Appeals, they denied it. And then Judge Bell just not looking at it. I don't know what she's doing. It's probably tucked over there with Ballinger Square, and now they done tore down. And tore down is demolished. So that's who she will be, our special master. So we are going to go into, I had to flip back. We had to divert a minute, then we had to put up some facts. Thank you, producer Jay. You own it. You are on it. So for the third ward, so is it selection or election? So the election part, I believe that's only Beverly Biggs is going to be able to win. Can we put up the 589, the votes that show how many she has? So here is the actual voting breakdown. So Beverly Biggs came in first with 589. Second came in AC Dumas with 548. Third came in the late Quincy Murphy. Fourth came in Carrie Nelson. Last, Rich Jones. So Beverly Biggs came in first. Dumas came in second. And the late Quincy Murphy came in third. So this is the thing where they said, oh, but nobody voted. It's not an election. Judy Priestley keeps saying it. Stop. First of all, the state never said that they would not certify the election. The state said to the city clerk to refer to your legal department. The city clerk referred to our legal department, who is appointed by Mayor Neely. He was not going to let Beverly Biggs or AC Dumas be on that council. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So the city clerk, who should have her own attorney, and she does not, an independent attorney, like I feel in my own opinion, would have said, number one, because the same people for the selection is the exact same people for the election. Why are we wasting money, Flint? Why? The same four people that was in this election that are on here are the same four people who were on there for the selection. Same four people. They stated, refer to your legal department. Our city clerk referred to the legal department. And guess where we at now? This mess, this debacle. It's a mess. And so what I feel they should have did was certify that race. We wouldn't have this problem. They're shopping around. Judy Priestley called and asked me, would I open up for third ward? No, I won't. Because you got the same four for the election, for the selection, and you don't get to shop around for who you like. why would I give you, Judy, permission to put me in my own personal hell? I mean, I would have to have stupid right on my head to go along. Oh, Judy, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Judy, get out of here. Kick rocks in the box. I wouldn't have even made that call. Then a few days afterwards, she had her sister put in a recall on me, y'all. That's what happened. She got so angry, she had her sister put in the recall on me. And so that's what happened. Her sister got in there and made fraudulent statements. I'm gonna say lies. She lied. She lied and got in there and said that she was calling me and she asked me to do things and I didn't do them. And you just got in there and perjured yourself. They need to raise their hands and say, give the oath. That's what she needed to do because she just lied. She put her sister up to lie. That was embarrassing. I wouldn't have done that. Her sister's got a cane, has a difficult time walking, and you were sitting up there to tell lies. I would have done that. And so back to the selection and election. So in my opinion, when you are dealing with elections, you have to have, I call it specialty or special attorneys that specialize in that field. You need election attorneys. And it is so hard to work around that. And they're very expensive, very, very expensive, because I've hired one before. And I had an issue with our former county clerk, not our current one, and I won. So I know that they are expensive. So this probably would have cost anywhere, because it was a ward case, you probably about $25,000. And I know these attorneys are expensive. I've had to file a case against the county clerk, the former one, and I won. And so you have to have attorneys that specialize in this field. You have to. And if you don't, you're going to have a problem, because the law is so specific, and Genesee County is really a who know who. It's not like you go into court and justice is going to prevail. Flint and Genesee County is not like that. It is different, y'all. It is different. Jade said, did y'all see what Liddell just posted? No. Did not see what she posted. I don't follow her. We're not friends.
She got me blocked, so I have to get on my fake page and try to find it, see if there's any news. So I'll let you know.
So I don't know what she posted. I can't see what she posted. God bless her heart. But shame on her for saying she wants us to all work together. She's in there literally taking pictures. Judy handed her the recall papers back, handed them back. Liddell took the pictures and started taking pictures of the recall papers. I'm like, now I'm looking at the expression, because they're doing this. Yeah, there we go. The meeting was over at this point. And so I'm looking at, I'm like, is she really doing this? And so they're talking about how they have to change the process. Now, the way that was the prosecutor, David Layton, the county treasurer, Deb Cherry, and we had the Dominic Clemens, the county clerk. And when girl, you was caught. you was caught. You were caught. And then she has Judy up there, in front of her, and her sisters to the right of Judy. Liddell's blocking her. And so, Judy's waving. She's waving. And so the way that they walked in there and the look that everyone gave them up there was like, you are recalling your council member, your colleague. And literally their eyes, when people press their lips together, like, we're not for this nonsense today. Y'all part of the problem. Y'all are recall. They literally had the pressed lips look, and the eye roll back. And I don't even think they saw, but I caught it, y'all. I caught it. And so it was a crazy thing, because here it is. They're pretending like, oh, everything is just, they're doing everything that they should be doing. But they're the ones in there recalling me. They're in there, literally. Now, I'm going to be a little shady, because Liddell looked like she was dressed like a mechanic, or the man on the brownie paper towel, a lumberjack. And she looked like she either just put in a transmission or taken out a transmission, or she just put in a catalytic converter or just slid underneath somebody's car and removed the catalytic converter. But I'm just saying, you don't come to court like that. You do not come looking like that. You just don't. You don't. And then you come in to recall your colleague. I mean, who does that? Who does that? So when it was over, you know, they were talking and they were saying this process has got to stop. It was very clear that Liddell and Judy were recalling me. And Judy put her sister, because her sister couldn't even answer the questions. She couldn't even answer the questions at all. And so it was, I feel bad for her, because you know what, when people put you, if someone put me up to rob a bank, I should know that I'm going to jail. If somebody put you up for something, you need to know what the consequences are. You need to know. You need to know. And her sister had a hard time walking. And her sister said, oh, I've been calling her. She's not returning my calls. I've asked her to do things. Not one single time. Not one single time have I not responded. There was an issue before, and it was with Trevor was there. And there was an issue with people, and it wasn't even with the club. And let me shout out to Rube's Club, where JWCB, we get the best fish and cocktails at. That's a neighborhood bar and grill. And they've remodeled it. So visit Rube's on Chevrolet Avenue. So they were complaining about the people parking. The people weren't in the club. The people were parked outside. You have like 10 people in the club and 150 people outside. But the owner had to work to rectify that. He worked with me to rectify that. So that's the one time that I talked to her sister. That has been fixed. So anything other than that, she just told a bunch of lies, just lied. You know, and Judy shouldn't have did that to her sister, her and Liddell. And then, like I said, you can see Liddell passed the paper. Judy passed the papers back to Liddell. Liddell back this screenshot and like, oh, we're gonna put them back in on her. And I'm like, how is that gonna work out in city council when y'all two geniuses are there with her with the recall? If you did it, why would you show up? Letting the people know in front of them. Why would you show up? Wait a minute, Shanada. You get the Shady Award, not Bookman. All she needed was them keys. She needed them keys. That's it. But she was in a junkyard last week. No boy. Silver tape. I get to be shady on this one, y'all. I get to be shady on this one. Read them, Tanya. Read. Oh, wait a minute. Not with the little engine hoist. I'm sorry. Oh God. Wait a minute. Not the hoist. Oh, wait a minute. Keisha says they have no shame. They literally have no shame. And I want to say thank you to those who came out to support. Oh shoot, my face is hurt. Who came out to support me? Miss Elizabeth Taylor, who has taken some abuse. She's been thrown out of council chamber. And Miss Taylor was 81, 82. You rock, Miss Taylor. You are. I'm gonna give you your flowers while you alive. Yo, you are wonderful. And so we sitting there trying to be quiet, and literally they are over there to the left as we were sitting there. I'm like, this is now one, a waste of time. We gotta be back in court at 11. Listen, y'all cutting up in the comments. Ooh, y'all cutting up. So I felt really bad. I did to a degree with Judy's sister, because she sent her up there knowing Judy and Liddell wrote that paperwork, knowing Judy and Liddell put that stuff up there. And the prosecutor said, this has got to stop. You know, she didn't commit a crime. It needs to be malfeasance. You know, did she commit a crime? Liddell, I believe you committed a crime. Because look, I've talked to some other attorneys. So, because y'all cut up in the comments. But cut up, y'all. Cut up. So, oh, Jesus. So listen. Malfeasance. So he said, look, y'all gonna quit, because they sitting there, the thing is over. It is literally over. But they sitting there taking pictures like, we're gonna come back and get her. We're gonna go back and get her. And I'm like, are they really just doing this? And Miss Taylor, her voice, I just can't believe that they're doing this. This is just ridiculous. I love you, Miss Elizabeth Taylor. And so she said, I can't believe this. And they literally are sitting there. The thing is over. And so when they got there, God bless the county clerk. And she said, hey, she said, we can just deny all 4 at once. And I'm like, did I just hear that? And so she was like, I'm not doing any of this. I didn't commit a crime. Now, if I go rob a bank or if I do something criminal or something, she said David Lay said it needs to start rising to the level of malfeasance. Can you put up what malfeasance is for me, producer Jack? Y'all cutting up in them comments. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So malfeasance. I'm gonna go onto my page to look at it. Y'all making me laugh today. So malfeasance. So this is what the prosecutor is saying. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God, someone just sent it. You know what? I'm a roast her behind the day. You know, the time that she's spending worrying about Tanya Burns, she need to go to the wig shop. Leave malfeasance up because I'm really sick and tired of her. Her petty politics. She is not representing her war. She spends so much time worried about her colleagues. But Liddell, malfeasance is for you, sweetie pie with the wig. Malfeasance is the intentional act of doing something that is illegal or morally wrong, especially by a public official. Okay, let me send you her checks because her checks are wrong to Cyrus Park. Her voting for herself for $50,000 and then another $25,000, and her name is still on that bank account. Still on that bank account. The EIN number is still on there. So malfeasance. I'm sorry, producer Jay. Can you put that back up? Definition: malfeasance is a serious wrongdoing that is generally considered unethical and harmful. It involves dishonesty, illegality, or knowingly exceeding authority for improper reasons. Liddell, you are the definition of malfeasance of what they're looking for. So I hope you stayed around because once we left, you were still in there going over my recall work. You are the definition of malfeasance or what malfeasance is. So when we talk about her check, her voting on her $50,000, her $25,000, you know, she's sitting up worried about everything that I'm doing. This girl is a piece of work. You know, she's sitting up there and she don't even know what she done put up what she think this award is. Worry about your own life, okay? Look, Amazon got some nice wigs. Get off of Temu and Shein, Shine or Shein, okay? Get rid of the shake and goes. Don't get, even Amazon got some good ones. But she over there posting about it. And Dennis wasn't even there. Jared wasn't even there. She don't even know what those did not even state that. She needs to stop. She needs to quit perpetuating the problem. But what we do know is, number one, I got to find them checks. Got me doing extra work.
Well, we know she's watching, so.
Yeah, but listen, you cannot vote for your own nonprofit to give yourself money. Now, here's how she knows the difference. She has an interest in that grocery store. And what did she say she did? Withdrew her membership. We didn't see the check with the money back, so I think she's lying. She lying on that. Now, she didn't take that back, but she took it back saying, okay, I can't vote on that because I have an interest in that. Okay, Liddell, you created, you started your nonprofit. She was the originator. She was the, listen, I'm gonna have to look, y'all have to, she originated in August of 2021. She never took her name off of it, never. And, oh, here we go. She never took her name off of it. And she voted to give herself money for the nonprofit she created. Check your inbox, because we getting ready to talk about what malfeasance looks like and what malfeasance is. And so, and when you get them, just pop them up for me. So when you originate your own nonprofit, you are the person who benefits from it. Oh, here we go again. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Wasn't planning on this, but her pettiness can't allow her to just stop. It doesn't allow her. So we're gonna break it down for what malfeasance is. And it was interesting to hear the prosecutor talk about what malfeasance is. You shouldn't be voting on your own stuff. You should not be. So I don't have any problem. So she wanted everybody shutting down the city. Adele, you the problem with the city. So on here, that's for that lawnmower. Let's take that let's take that one out. That one needed to be blocked out. I'm sorry, but let's put up her $1,500 check. I mean, not her check. Her Laura papers. Let's put up her Laura papers. Which shows now she withdrew from the y'all wrong. Y'all wrong in the chat.
Hey, give me 1 second. I got them, and I'm getting it ready.
Okay, no worries. No worries at all. So here it says incorporator. This is her nonprofit Cyrus Park, but she's saying, and Judy is saying, her, in my opinion, co-conspirator, that she has a fiduciary, and her fiduciary is Neighborhood Engagement Hub. But the Neighborhood Engagement Hub is the fiduciary for Cyrus Park. Neighborhood Engagement Hub still gives the money to Cyrus Park. Who is the incorporator? Who is the originator? Liddell Lewis. It states, what's the title? Incorporator. She voted to give herself $25,000, $50,000. Liddell Lewis Incorporated. I'm not talking about what I think, y'all. I'm talking about what the facts say. And the facts are on here. Liddell Lewis is the incorporator. She's got her signature on it, Liddell Lewis. And it's for Cyrus Park. So let's show there's another one, please. These are her articles of incorporation. Liddell Lewis, Cyrus Park is hers. Now and leave it up as I talk, please. So when she incorporated, it's hers. Only way you can change it, she would have to dissolve it. She has not dissolved it. So when her neighbors say, and this is her neighbors, have said Liddell got the new driveway, not asphalt, y'all. She got cement. Then when she got a new privacy fence, it was her neighbors. And her neighbor said she got professional landscaping. They said it's really pretty, though. The landscaping was really pretty. So that $50,000 and $25,000, she's the incorporator. That is her nonprofit. Liddell voted on those resolutions. That's malfeasance. So we are not supposed to, in our city charter, we're supposed to recuse ourselves. Liddell, like you recused yourself from that grocery store. You know the difference, girl. You recused yourself from that food market for the $600,000, $300,000. The entire time, every time that this come up, you recused yourself. But you didn't take yourself off that bank account. You did not dissolve your Cyrus Park nonprofit. You did not do it. And you voted not once, but twice to give yourself $50,000 and then another run of $25,000. You did it. So that's malfeasance. So malfeasance, in my opinion, and in some attorneys who are licensed. One was a prosecutor before, and a special prosecutor said, you can't do this. What is wrong with your legal department? Why is your legal department letting this go through. You can't vote to give your own nonprofit that you originated and created. You vote yes. You own that bank account. There's a whole conversation with me and her hand. She's like, well, you don't know I'm on the bank account. I said, yeah, I absolutely do. At a point in time, I worked at Citizens Bank. I did. And you have to, when you're opening up accounts, you have to have all your original papers. These are the papers that you have to have. And you have to bring in your papers to show. And so, and if you're changing it, you can add somebody to it, but she can't ever just take herself off of that because she originated it. So she benefits. Be interesting to see what would be her withdrawals and the amount of her withdrawals, and were they in cash, her withdrawals from her service part, and were her withdrawals, were there any checks or cashier's checks? It'd be interesting to see, and if for what amounts, and did those amounts match up to who paid for that? Who get cement high as I don't know what. An asphalt driveway is about $9,000, unless she got the hookup for cement. And so she got a cement drive. It was your neighbors, the people who you think you can trust. Girl, they talk about you. And sad part, Arthur Woodson did not tell me about it. Your neighbors have called. People don't care for her. Liddell is very abrasive when she talks to people. It's not how she started out to be. So you're getting too Liddell. She was not that way. She was not that way when she started. She's very abrasive now. And you see it. And I don't know who she be looking to when she be looking up in the ceiling, all the time. I don't know who she be looking for. But be interesting to see accounts and withdrawals and transfers out of that Service Park account through the bank, which can be FOIA'd. She voted. This account was suspended in May. She voted to give herself $25,000 or to the nonprofit she's affiliated with, another $25,000, knowing it had been suspended in May. And I think they voted in July or August to give the second $25,000. Yeah, food stamp. Yeah, she got food stamp fraud, and it's text messages too with it. It is. She never paid that lady back next door. That lady mad. And so when we look at that, this is malfeasance. She has a nonprofit. She originated the nonprofit. In September 2023, she took herself off as director and president to appear that she wasn't receiving any money, to appear that she's not in a position of authority, but your name's still on the bank account. So that's malfeasance, Liddell. You in court in front of the prosecutor, and you got a whole bunch of stuff. You really should not be, I wouldn't have done this. You keep going after everybody else. You do, because you're a bully. She's a bully. But this is malfeasance, because we know she knows the difference. Again, she withdrew from the food market because she had a membership. She was affiliated with the food market. Never seen that $250 return, which I'd like to see that too, because that'd be her second count of malfeasance or whatever it is. I'm not an attorney, but the attorneys say she shouldn't be doing this against the law. And so she pulled back from her association or affiliation with the food market. She did not pull back from her affiliation with Service Park and that bank account, because why? And she voted on it because she's the one going to get the money. I mean, come on. This is what she's doing. Yeah, let's leave that up. So her Service Park, $1,500. That's when they were out trying to get as much money as they could from Ashley Capital. Ashley Capital ain't giving nobody else no more money now, y'all. Y'all can forget it. Unless they go, and I think this was in their pack. And I have been transparent with the community, and people say, "Oh, but do we hate them?" But no, you don't hate them. We just want you to be transparent. And so when they were transparent, because they told me about this in the basement of Metropolitan Baptist Church when I was there for a racial trust meeting to hear about the contamination. And at that meeting was who I was sitting next to was AC Dumas, Papa Jared was there, Arthur Woodson, and Mr. Davis was there. And when they walked by, I asked them about because at that meeting, when they voted to give that $72 million tax abatement, Literally, I was scoping. I'm like, okay. I seen Judy give somebody a wink, and they gave her a thumbs up. I'm telling you. And so when I went to this meeting a couple of weeks later, I'm like, did you guys give any council members? Councilman Mays already told on himself, and I was not in agreement with Councilman Mays taking the money for his campaign. He did report it, but I was not in agreement for him taking that either. Let's be clear. He did report his. He did his the correct way. He reported his. They have never reported theirs. Never. These have never been reported for their political campaigns. And so for me, that is an issue. So when they said it, I asked, and then they sent me the check. They said, it wasn't illegal. What's illegal is they have not reported what they've gotten. They have not shown this. So malfeasance, this is what we didn't have to divert a little bit, y'all.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you want to address what she said in her post, or are you doing that? Because she
no, I'm go ahead.
No, she seems to be getting a lot of traction from whatever she just posted. I just screenshotted it just in case, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, her post is a lie, first of all, because that's not even I got it. Let me. Where did it go?
It's on the screen.
Okay. So one, I did not know this was being given to me. Did not request, did not know. And so you got to blow it up for me to see it. Can you take the picture out so it's just the words? I don't know, like, I don't know, where did it go? Okay, I can't read it with that small writing. And someone can send it to me in the chat, because I will address her live. So I don't usually give her or what is? Can you read it? Because it's not. I think it was sent to me and it's gone now.
Yeah, it just says it was disheartening to learn my Flint City Council colleagues Tanya Burns and Jerry Winfrey Carter, honorable mentions to Jonathan and Dennis, received the shutting down the city of Flint from the Lento Law Group. This action was outlined in our charter, represents a declaration of duty that contradicts the oath we took and is detrimental to the progress of our city. Such behavior cannot be the standard. Let us join together in recognizing these behaviors cannot continue.
Okay, read that last sentence over. I'm gonna.
It says such behavior cannot be the standard. Let us join together in recognizing these behaviors cannot continue.
Okay, one, she is a liar, because that's not even what they state. They don't. It does not. One, I'm gonna always be transparent and do what's right for just. This is what it actually states. Mine is different from each one was different things. And mine is proudly recognizes Councilwoman Tanya Burns as Flint City Council stalemate strategist. And that is just basically saying that we're fighting for justice for the people. It doesn't mean, and I think JWC's was different. She's lying, and when it gets to that, I mean, you can't pretend what our votes are. I'm not voting for Carrie Nelson. No offense, Carrie Nelson. Beverly Biggs received 589 votes. The second person was AC Dumas with 548. The people have shown twice in elections that they don't want Carrie Nelson. He was voted out he lost to Santino Guerrera. And then the churches actually helped to get him out. Reverend Pastor Flynn of Foss Avenue held a function there for Santino. And so Santino beat Kerry Nelson. Then you had Quincy came in, and because he had ran again, Quincy won. So when we look at what the elections and what the people, and then if this election was certified, and Judy needs to stop saying it wasn't an election. They were on the ballot, Judy. Stop the BS. They're on the ballot. And so Beverly Biggs received 589 votes. She said, well, some people were out there campaigning and some people weren't. None of them were really, well, I know AC Dumas was campaigning. I know that Beverly Biggs was campaigning. Everything. She had campaign literature. She had a website. She had the whole shebang. And Quincy was actually campaigning. He was campaigning. He had signs in yards. So there was an election and it was started. They spread so much false information. But Liddell needs to stop gaslighting this community. She does. The fact that she's recalling her team, her colleagues, shows that her lack of leadership, common sense is not what Flint needs. Not what Flint needs. Who would give a what was that statement she said again? Just foolishness.
Which one? The comments are going so fast that I can't remember now.
Yeah, so Jessica said, but people sent letters. Listen, they made them letters up themselves, is what they did with some people that they know. Come on. Not one person called me and said, hey, I need you to vote for Kerry Nelson. Not one. And I answer my phone. Let us join together and recognize these behaviors continue to be the standard in our community. Let us stand up and speak against misconduct and regression in our efforts. Look, Liddell is a problem. And she better watch out, because who's vying for her position is Candace. Candace wants power and position, and she will do anything to get it. She will. She will steamroll over her. She's aggressive, and she's going to do it. And at some point, those two are going to, for real, butt heads. I know people are saying, well, no, they got into it. No, I think that was an Oscar or Tony or Golden Globe moment when she did that, that little statement. I don't think that was real, because if Liddell knew Candace was seriously voting for AC Dumas, she would have tore that place up. She would have become like the Incredible Hulk and bust all her clothes and would have tore that place up. And it wouldn't have been when she was like, girl, go on over there with that man. And now it would have been much more than that. Much, much more. Much more. So, and we are not ready to receive, if ever, that package back. Nah, wait a minute. Shantae, y'all can have her back. Listen, in that election, there were, I think, 4 people. And in them 4 people, the top winner, Liddell, was the incumbent. And I had put this up before. She was the incumbent. She came in last. The person who won, Angela R. Jones, won with 51,000. The next person won like 30-something thousand. The third person won with like 17,000. And the next person, that I think Liddell, had like 6,000. She took a whooping in that, and she was the incumbent. They did not want her and showed up. We don't want her. The residents spoke in Maryland. They did not want her. Angela Jones won. Oh, yours said voice of pragmatic governance. See, y'all, see how she just be lying? She just lied. Jerry said voice of pragmatic. You know, I don't know if as a kid, her mom, when I was a kid, you couldn't lie because your parents would wash your mouth out with soap. That might still work today for some adults who are still lying. So JWC said her voice is voice of pragmatic government. Now, how Liddell come with that? I mean, yeah, she just be lying. She just be lying. Girl, go put that brawny paper towel jacket back on and get that hoist and look, put that engine in right. Change them calibers. She needs to stop. She needs to stop. So I told you, I said they didn't even say the same thing. They did not. So she willingly and knowingly lies Lies, lies, lies. Just will lie. Because that's not even what Jerry said in mine. So she needs to stop. She is the problem with this community. And listen, she has a whole assortment of these, by the way. I've seen them in black, charcoal, and that's gray. She has a whole assortment. So she needs to stop lying. And she shoots shots at us all the time. She shoots shots at me all the time. So Liddell, girl, go get that Bible and just look and go take a swim in some holy oil, because you just on there lying, making a bad lie. I mean, who put that up? Stalkerific. She is that word she made up. Stalkerific, stalker something. That's her. Because everything we do, she's stalking. She's stalking. She just made a fool out of herself. Somebody call her and tell her, girl, you just made a big fool out yourself. Because that is not even what those awards even say. A big fool. Anyway, we're going to go on to malfeasance is where we were at. Malfeasance. Can we put that back up one more time, Producer Jay? Y'all, we've been on here an hour. I am trying not to be on here. Definition of malfeasance is a serious wrongdoing that is generally considered unethical. Her voting to give herself $25,000 and $50,000, unethical. It was unethical knowing that in May 2024 that her service park had been revoked. Her status had been revoked. Unethical. She took a check from Ashley Capital, then turned around and voted to give them $72 million, a $72 million abatement, and then $3.5 million she gave them of ARPA funds. She voted. She should have recused herself. Why? She took money from, and at the time when she took the money from, my brain is thinking, y'all. At the time, she took the check from Ashley Capital. She was the president and the director of Cyrus Park. That's malfeasance. Y'all, I'm walking myself through it. See, you done started something, Liddell, that now my mind ain't sleep, okay? At that time, she voted for the $72 million tax abatement. She was the director and the president, and she had not changed on her status. In addition to that, when she took the $1,500 check, she was a director and the president. That's malfeasance. And she still hasn't reported it on her campaign. She hasn't reported it. So that's malfeasance. That is malfeasance. And so she's sitting up there cooking up a lie about an award. She's so worried about where we at and what we doing. Girl, go get your life. And stay away from red and black plaid. It's not becoming of you. It's not. So she really don't get. She should be laying low in the cut, because you took that, Liddell. That's malfeasance. That should be prison. You were president and director, and your husband was treasurer and secretary. And you took money. You voted to give your nonprofit money at that time. And you voted to give Ashley Capital a $72 million tax abatement and $3.5 million. And you didn't report it, and you didn't recuse yourself. Councilman Mays reported his, and I wasn't in agreement with him. And I told him, I didn't agree with you taking that money. I wish you hadn't, but you did report it. She didn't report hers. She didn't talk about it. So I'm just saying that's malfeasance. So as we're sitting in recall court, and that is what they were saying, that it has to rise to the level of malfeasance. This was after it was over, and they were chatting openly, and that's what they wanted to rise to is malfeasance. Liddell, that's malfeasance. You shouldn't have done that. And the charter speaks to recusing, and we know you know the difference because you recused yourself from the supermarket that ain't opened up yet, the Northwest Investment, the market that's been over 10 million. You rescinded your membership. You rescinded your membership. So you knew better. and you don't care. She thinks she's so smart that she's ahead of everybody else. So I'm just telling y'all, I just gave you our definition of malfeasance. That's what they wanted to rise to the level of. And that is malfeasance. And she did all of that while she was in office. She didn't recuse herself. She did for the market, but she didn't for Ashley Capital. And Ashley Capital is a great project. Let me say this. And I think I sent you a late text thing about the new chip company that's coming in Mundy Township. Ashley Capital is building. People forecast 5, 10, 25, 30 years out. They forecast for the future. It's difficult for people who, if you are in an urban city and you're dealing with poverty in a social demographic, that you're dealing with so many different things and you don't have trust or hope, which in the case Flint. And so when we talk about Ashley Capital, it is a project. They'll be here for another 10 to 12 years. They have 10 buildings that they're building on the Buick site. And they'll be starting to break ground in spring of the second building, 2 of 10. And so, yep, leave that up too, please. And so Ashley Capital, and this, you can see how things are kind of coming together. So the Mundy Township chip company, the investment is the project could be worth up to $55 billion and create 10,000 jobs. The potential impact of the project could be the largest economic development in Michigan's history. It could also have a positive impact to surrounding communities. Business, encouraging more business by bringing more people to the areas. You might need to scroll up. And so it's in Mundy Township, but it's expected to affect Flint. So Flint is in Genesee County. And so without a doubt, with this chip company, they will be having buildings, manufacturers. And let me take this back to so maybe people can understand. General Motors, when General Motors was here, you had General Motors, you had Chevy in the Hole, you had Chevrolet, you had a whole bunch, AC Sparkplug. You had manufacturers also who worked. So say like Lear here. Lear makes the seats for General Motors vehicles, their trucks. And so Lear is they manufacture trucks or seats for General Motors trucks. So with the chip company, you're going to have other manufacturers. Guaranteed those buildings, 2 out of 10 are going to be producing jobs. And then they're going to be businesses that are going to assist in this chip making. Just like we look at Nanograph. Nanograph is a chip maker. What is this company that's going to Mundy Township chip maker? It's already in process. Now, the problem is instead of our elected officials talking to you and telling you what the truth is, Liddell, the brownie paper towel mascot, is over there talking about and lying about where we were at. What she should be doing is explaining how is the North Side going to change? How is Flint going to change? I continue to bring this to you because I want you to know. I don't want anybody to be surprised. I do not. So this chip company, Ashley Capital, and we're looking at what they say, potentially a $55 billion, not $1 million investment. They're going to be needing housing. If it's 10,000 jobs, they're going to need approximately 10,000 houses. So they're looking for large pieces of land. I mean, where are you going to build housing at? Well, actually, first ward, you can take blocks. And if you was in Flint 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you could buy up a block for about 10 grand. I'm serious. So when we look at that company, that deal, that is huge, huge, huge. $55 billion investment. So there are going to be other manufacturers that are going to be here. Flint's going to change. What do we have to do? Protect the people who are here so that our taxes don't go up for our seniors in their home. We need to work on that. And there is a tax program. I need to have someone on, and I'll do it. And producer Jay, I'm going to write this down to explain the tax programs that Flint offers. And we need to protect those who did stay. As Chris Maroney would say, those who stay will pay. How they're going to be protected. And so if you think that they're building Brownell homes, putting $30 million into that just for our kids, y'all, come on now. Beautiful school. They got a nice little glass cubicle that's going to be in the middle of everything. And it's a cubicle It's glass 2 stories, and it's open, and it has a community room resource. And so what you better be looking at, they put that investment in. You got to have schools. If we're bringing these jobs, people have to have schools. And this reminds me, my one of my best friends, she lives in, she's retired from the Navy, and she lives in North Carolina, the growth that North Carolina had. And she now works for, oh God, it starts with a V, and she's an engineer, and they do Volvo. She works for Volvo, and she keeps telling me, you got to come down. You can drive the pink semi truck on the track. And I keep trying to convince my son to go with me because he drives semi. But she said, I could drive it too. It's automatic, y'all. Don't get me underneath the wheel. I'll be too. But anyways, so when we talk about the growth in these communities, how quickly North Carolina grew, this is going to cause the same effect for Flint area. But Flint has to be prepared. Who is looking out for us? Who are our elected officials talking about? Because, and we need to be talking about this. So where are they going to go? First ward. Why? Because they feel that the person here is open for business. They couldn't wait to get Councilman May. They wanted him out. They tried to run somebody against him. Instead of coming to the community and saying, hey, let's work together. And so when big business comes, and I'm going to say this, I feel personally they get the wrong representation for who they want for the community. They think they're going to get people who share the same color skin as we have, but they are representing themselves in their own nonprofits and their own kickbacks. So we have to get people who are working for us and to share with us so that we just not like hit in the face with this coming, because it's here. It's here. The schools are being built. It's here and it's changing. Flint may not be a GM again, but Flint's going to have brand new housing and other things. So let's talk about Brynell Homes, beautiful school. And we're looking at other schools as we look at how that's going to change. Yes, our schools, we have 2,900 kids that live in the city of Flint that go here. We have another 12,000 kids that live in the city of Flint that go outside of Flint to go to school. How do we keep our kids here? And can we send them to where they can walk? Well, let's look at acreage. Hasselbring Center sits on acreage. Hasselbring Center goes behind Brynell Homes, y'all. Brynell School, Brynell Elementary, and Homes, just be Homes Middle School. It goes behind there. So there's like a park that's there. If you take that all the way back, Brynell Homes goes over there. And let me tell you how I know. And I've been transparent. Carol is my cousin. Carol has lived to dispute all the lies in the first ward her entire life. Her mama still ain't Dorothy still lives there. Carol lives literally 30 seconds from her mama. Okay. And I'm not kidding. She lives right there. And then if you where Carol lives, you can down her street. Well, not even down the street. You can go 100 feet and you can see the park. It was like an empty space back there. And you can see like the back of Brynell School and Homes. And so all of that's, I think it's like 15, I think it is 15 acres that's there. Maybe it may be a little more. And so when we look at that area, now think about this, y'all. They never boarded up Northwestern. Northwestern was a full school auditorium. I think of what they had 1,100 students there. They have a swimming pool, driving range. It sits on acreage. You're going to need a high school. That's probably going to be redeveloped at some point because you got to have a high school that's going to support them. And we have to have it. And so we look at that. Now I'm going to tell you something else. So Hasselbring, we're going to put up their stuff. Matter of fact, let's put up Hasselbring's contract now. Because I want people to know. Hasselbring's contract. They I think I sent you an original one too. Can you blow that? Look, I'm gonna have to blow it up on my phone. Oh, that's the response. And it's so much. This is the one I want you to please put. I'm gonna send it back to, no, it's got City of Flint Department of Law. because I want y'all, and Mayor Neely and his administration made this so ridiculous. So March 6th of this year, 2024, Councilman Mays passed away in February. Do you need me to resend it to you, Producer Jay?
Give me 1 second. I got it. Just give me 1 second. If you want to go ahead and jump into it, I'll put it up in just a second.
Okay. So, so they had at the time attorney Lois Fletcher, and it says regarding Hasselbring Center, and this is March 6, 2024. It says the city of Flint is in receipt of your February 23rd counterproposal to pay $100 per month to lease the building, properly at 1002 West Holmes, commonly referred to as Hasselbring Senior Center. The amount is far below the market rate. So we're going to skip down. It says, we also note that your counterproposal failed to include any documents. The documents were included. They need to see, this is where we get the falsehoods. So let's skip down. However, given that your clients, now y'all, we're going to put this up. They were charging them at first beginning per month. Are y'all ready? Per month. Now, this is a building that was closed, padlocked by the state of Michigan under emergency management. They were closed, set to be sold off and chained. And because a nonprofit was created, they were able to get funding through a senior millage, which helped save Hasselbring Center. Councilman Eric Mays was instrumental in this. Instrumental. And so their rent was going to, y'all hold on to your Temu wigs and your Shein and Shein. I don't know how you say it. Shein, hold on to them. The rent was set to be $4,586.67 per month. And it would end at the 5-year term at over about $6,000. It was set to rise, but this is for the first year per month. They were to pay $4,586.67 per month. Y'all, that's ludicrous. Ludicrous. Can you blow it up for me, that bottom part, please? Not my picture, the Department of Law picture, please. So I don't know if it can. So they were set. So then they said, hey, so then they said, hold on. So then they said, I got to read. So then they said, okay. Says the city would propose. So however, that your clients have not identified any concerns with other terms in the proposed lease agreement. We sent you on January 26th. The disagreement appears to be purely financial. The city would thus propose to reduce by over half rent payments under a new lease from $4,586.67 to $2,250 per month, with annual increases of 5% per year. This would represent a significant sacrifice by the city in support of Hasselbring property to keep it available for our senior citizens and other members of the community. Y'all, I'm bringing y'all the facts, the letter up here. Why in the Wahoodles would they try to put that? That's unreachable. Let me tell you how much they pay for my part. And that's in my ward. $1 each year for 10 years. They get to keep 100% of whatever the rental fees is. 100%. They don't have to do this outrageous micromanaging from the city. Let us know who's renting it. We have to okay who rents it. Ain't none of that garbage. These are the facts, and I want y'all to see it. They wanted to charge them, started out at $4,586.67, and then said, hey, we're going to reduce it like we do in your family. You can start it at $12 million and say you're going to reduce it to $5 million. That's the equivalent of these numbers. Hey, we're going to start at $12 million. But because it appears to be purely financial, what we're going to do is reduce it down to $5 million from the $12 million. You started out at a ridiculous number. No other building burst in $0, 25 years. Mott Park, $1 for 10 years. Brennan theirs has not come back up yet. They were $1 for a year. We have got Hasselbring. So when we look at how much these are paying, why are they targeting them? Well, look, that's also connected to that school. That whole property that's back there. You can see back there. We used to play back there. We were kids. Carol lives in the first ward. For those who keep saying she does not, that blatant lie was just ridiculous. Still does. And it runs back there. So you can see that property from Home Street, right by Hasselbring, all the way back. And it runs back behind Slidell on Carpenter Road. It's a lot, and behind Gundry School. It does. And so you can see that. It's there. It is there. Now, I wouldn't be surprised because of how they want that land, that Christopher Martin's church may be, up for sale. Because he got it at a really good price, y'all. I think it was at $35,000. It may be lower. Somebody may actually know that. And so, because they're going to need that land too. And so I'm quite sure the right price, relocating him to a different area. I mean, if it's, makes financial sense, I'm quite sure he would sell. Now he's got that nice cell tower there that he receives $5,000 a month on, and the church does not, is what I'm told. And the tower got a whole cross on it. And I'm not kidding, y'all. It has a cross on it. The tower has a cross on it. The church doesn't, is what I'm told, benefit from the cell tower, but the cell tower got a whole cross on it. And I don't know, I think I had put that up before, but I think all of that may be, that may be for sale. So when we look at Hasselbring Center at a very crucial space, instead of them saying, hey, we want to keep Hasselbring, work out a deal like you have with Oak Park. You may not need 15 acres, but maybe we can keep you on 2 because you're going to put a gazebo there. That's already set and bought for next summer. I don't know what they're going to do about that. That's paid for. They just did the benches there. And Mayor Sheldon Neely, let's put up the eviction next, please, is evicting them as of January the 5th. January the 5th, Hasselbring Center is being evicted. They did the same thing to House of Esther. So they started out at this ridiculous rent amount. So she had been, the director had been asking them to go back to the negotiation table if they could work some things out. So what they wanted was, okay, keep the 500. Well, we get senior millage. We take our funds and we fundraise and we rent out. But we need you to not have to micromanage us so that we can do business like the other ones that are allowed to do business and the other parts of town without you micromanaging. We don't need your micromanaging, sir. Thank you very much. And so, because they take the fundraising and the hall rental to pay for 3 part-time employees. 3 part-time employees is what they use it for. And so what they are doing is saying on what it states on here, and I'm going to read it. It says, to whom it may concern regarding notice to quit, please see the enclosed courtesy copy of the notice to quit, recover possession of property, requiring the tenants to vacate the property no later than January 5th, 2025. So, who puts out seniors politically? Who would think this was a good idea? Seniors vote. Seniors uphold this community. Seniors have held it down. So they said to vacate the property no later than January the 5th. This is necessary due to the city council not passing a resolution approving the lease. Now, here's to go into your mayor's lying. He's lying. That's not what it is. You refuse to negotiate with clean hands and fairness. You did not. You start out with a lease that was $4,586. That was just ridiculous. That lease may as well have been $12 million or the super Powerball for $80 million. It may as well have been the Powerball lotto ticket. That's what it may as well have been, because that's the equivalent with those outrageous. So this blame game that he does, for y'all on the chamber, y'all have an image problem. It's the mayor. Mayor Neely is an image problem. He devised this this entire council. He divides this entire council. That's what he does. He divides it. And so when we look at, they came back and said, we'll give you a $2,000, then with a $1,500 credit. We still want you to pay for each thing that breaks down. We want you to pay $2,500. That's just ridiculous. One time, $2,500 is what they wanted. Okay, we'll pay $2,500 for one breakdown a year. Then we will do, we want to take off the micromanagement. Let us do our leasing. The alcohol wasn't even, they didn't care about that. They're like, okay, no problem. The people in the lease, they'll just have to get a licensed bartender or whatever it is to carry it. That wasn't a problem. So what they have put out here was erroneous information to further divide the community. So Mayor Neely, who had the city attorney who was appointed by him, that this is necessary because the Flint City Council not passing. He gaslights this community. That's not why. Y'all didn't negotiate in fair terms. So, but I'm telling you what the real thing is. It sits on 15 acres. So putting up, thank you. You are on the ball. I'm on to the next document. You are 100% correct. So the next document shows what they actually received. Now the seniors here have been going here, was closed. You know, when we talk about socializing, sometimes this is some of the seniors only socializing. So let me tell you what Mayor Neely is saying in a press release. Oh, it's not going to stop. It's the senior center is not going to stop. We're going to, and I'm going to play this video. We got a video we're going to play after this of what they say the services is going to be. What seniors are playing basketball and football? Y'all help me out with that.
Hey,
I mean, I'm sorry.
That video was atrocious.
Did you watch it?
So you sent it last night, right? And
Yeah,
I watched it when I was uploading it this morning, and
what seniors are playing football? Y'all help me out.
And you could tell he was lying because he was stuttering and trying to come up with. People will. That video is.
They are not playing basketball and football at Hasselbring Center. Senior Center. Senior. What they are doing, if you were aware, they're playing pool tournaments, dominoes, computer classes, tax classes. They feed them every day. There's dance classes. There is aerobics. There's chair aerobics. These are the type of program that they've had consistently where people show up that they're stopping. They want to stop the senior program. And these ain't my words. I'm going to let y'all listen to the words yourself. Yes, balling at Hasselbring is what they said. Super taken my great grandma is a hell of a running back. Y'all stop. I mean, the class, they do yoga. They do mindfulness. Like I say, chair aerobics. There's cooking classes. They have seminars there. These are the things, like I say, dominoes, backgammon, cards, and card tournaments. I never seen them balling up in there. So this is the notice to quit that was filed, and it was filed on. It shows that they must move out January the 5th, so the basketball players and football players can come and take over. So I'm sorry. This is how ridiculous this administration is. So not my interview, y'all. I'm just saying, but I'm going to show it to y'all. So they're putting the seniors out for some basketball and football, not even knowing what the programming is. Telling them we're going to have more programming. I want to see the seniors. Now I'm going to say Justice Stigpen, which I call him, should have been my uncle. But he used to play ball. He ain't up there playing no ball up there. He up there trying to get a little snack, playing some cards, doing some socializing. That is what they're doing. They are not playing ball. Can you cue up the video? Please.
Ball games, basketball games, things of that nature that they haven't been doing.
Taylor says the city will begin to operate the Hasselbring. We also have new developments after the city of Flint announces a takeover of the Hasselbring Senior Center. The city emphasizes the center will remain open. The center's future was uncertain after the operator's lease expired and the city council failed to vote on a resolution. Chief of Staff Ed Taylor promises a smooth transition and says there will be more activities for seniors.
You will have continuous services, you know, such as life skills, estate planning, different activities like professional basketball games, baseball games, football games, basketball games, things of that nature that they haven't been doing.
Taylor says the city will begin to operate the Hasselbring Senior Center next month.
Listen, Jessica, where did he learn life skill? Listen, if they wait a minute, if they playing basketball and football, you can't make this up. The city needs to keep their hands off of this. The programming works for the seniors. They do senior trips together. They went to see and they took their grandkids. They just did a senior trip in October where they went to see the Detroit Pistons. Their senior outings together. Seniors are not playing football and basketball. Not at all. Wait a minute. Also, somebody called St. Louis. Woo! St. Louis will be going off. And so, Burston was our, I can't keep up with, look, I got to go back down. Somebody said Burston was our place for basketball, for baseball. And you're absolutely, and they're now over at the other field, off of Brownell and Dayton. And so, but they're not over there having football games. They need to stop. And so we have to understand, how is our community going to change? And the earlier we have these conversations, the earlier we begin to accept how it's changing and to have a voice and to say so. Stop electing people, y'all, that don't tell you the truth. Stop it. Stop electing people who don't give a darn about you. Stop it. They don't want my show on here because I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm showing you the truth. I'm telling you and I'm showing you. I'm telling you. Now, if they get ready to play some football and basketball, come on now. They have screening up there. Hasselbring was instrumental in keeping our seniors healthy when COVID broke out. They were instrumental making sure that they had COVID testing. They could receive COVID shots. They took care of our community. And this is how Mayor Neely shows them how he appreciates them, by throwing them out by January the 5th. But that's what he does. Mayor Neely got a thing against seniors and babies. So I'm going to show you what else is in the first ward. So if we can, why we put a House of Esther, I don't know which form that I sent it in. They were in the first ward. House of Esther sits on 25 acres. 25 acres. House of Esther, where they wanted to, were, first of all, who doesn't want to protect pregnant teens to change the trajectory of their life? What monster does not want to protect our children? Y'all help me with that. I mean, I'm sorry. This is, this is a common thing that I even worked with. I am pro-choice. I worked with the pro-life people about this because this helped our community. I'm a Democrat, they are Republicans, but we came for a common bond to help the teenagers. What happens in Genesee County? We have the highest rate of pregnant teens and teens that are in foster care. And what happens when the teens get 18? They age out the system. But if that baby is born into the system by that young teen mom, the baby stays in the foster care system. Not that one. That was one of the beautiful rooms. We're going to scroll. I want to put up the video. There's a video. And so what happens is the teens age out, babies stay in the system. So what they were doing was placing the teen moms in these bed bug infested motels where they have trafficking sex trafficking, separating the mom from the baby. I've always said, keep the mom with the baby. I'm not going to change that. I've always said, especially when we are teaching the young moms to nurture the babies by giving them a bomb and them also breastfeeding. I believe in breastfeeding. I've shared this. I've always talked about it to take the stigma off of it. I don't have grandkids, but my niece, when she had my great nieces, I went over to help to teach her how to breastfeed, lactate. And so I was very proud of her. And by the way, she's named after me too, her middle name, and she's a post lady. She works for the North Carolina Post Department. And I'm so, look, Amani, and shout out London, shout out to you, because she asked me last night. She called me at 12 something a.m. I said, look, girl, why you still up? She told me send a shout out to me, my mom, and my granny. I think she mad at her granny now. So send a shout out to Tanae, to my sister Tanae, to my niece Amani, Amani Port, and to my great nieces London and Naraya Noel Willis. Sending shouts out to y'all, because she said, send me a shout out, Aunt Tanya. So when my niece was pregnant with these little girls, I went over there to teach her how to nurse, because I believe in nursing. And so I believe in it. I believe in protecting our babies, because, and I hate to sound cliche, but it's true. The children are our future. Raise them up, as the Bible tells us, in the way to where we want them to go. And so House of Esther was a great program to put these children, these teen moms, together with the babies. 21 rooms were completely beautifully decorated, completely decorated. Guess who evicted them? Locked the doors on them before they could get their stuff out. Mayor Sheldon Neely. Mayor Sheldon Neely had the maintenance department, Lee Osborne, come change the locks and lock them out. He did this. They completely stole everything out, the rocking chairs, the baby cribs, the quilts, everything, the pictures, everything out the room. Every single thing in the room. This is in the first ward. It used to be a Catholic school. He locked them out. They couldn't get in. They stole everything. Then they cut the power off. They had formula, baby clothes, baby food, and they were working on the build. They were trying to get this building. They was like, oh, well, you can't get this building because you don't have the money. Boom, God produced a investor. The investor still comes to our meetings now. Investor said, they said, okay, it's going to be $78,000. He said, okay, no problem. I'll get your cashier's check. Then they said, oh, no, it's going to be $80,000. Then it's going to be $105,000. They said it's going to be $108,000. Then the mayor met with Mr. Davis, and he met with Yvonne. And he said, okay, it's $108,000. He said, no problem. He had the cashier's check. No problem. I got it. And this was a Black man, so I want to get back to the community. And so he had the check. He met with him. They didn't want them to have the property. Why? And they could have said, hey, let's separate it. Let them keep the nunnery and maybe one of the other buildings. But they didn't give them anything. They locked the doors. Somebody broke in, stole everything. The rugs, the curtains, the lamps, the quilts, the cribs. They stole the rocking chairs, the pillows. They stole it all. Stole it all. Mayor Sheldon Neely doesn't have a conscience, y'all. He does not. So this character matter? Absolutely. His character shows. Stole it all. And so can you play the video? Do we have the video to play it now? Now let me start this. It sits on 25 acres. 25 acres in the first ward. Large lands of mass. We're going to need to develop them. They could have said, hey, we'll let you keep the nunnery. And matter of fact, because we are, because they were actually on the property, they did them so dirty. They should have gotten a first right of refusal. And they didn't give it to them. You have to have good attorneys. If you don't have good attorneys, you have a problem. And they didn't have the funds for an attorney to really handle, which would have cost them about $25,000, $30,000. And so that was a problem. So they took it from them. And now they're splitting the parcel up. So what has happened to the House of Esther? It has been broken into. They stole everything out when they were able to get back in there, everything. Then they stripped it of all the metal. They stripped it of everything, copper, broke the sinks, the toilets, everything. They stripped the nunnery. And the walls were about this thick in that nunnery, thick. It was like a bomb shelter. Then they set it on fire numerous times. House of Esther was to house 21 babies, 21 moms, and they would have had a projected waiting list of 2 to 4 years out because we have got such a high teen pregnancy rate. What this would do is change the trajectory. They had counseling that would be there, schooling that would be on site, along with working with the University of Michigan nurses, which will be there 24 hours a day. They'll teach them how to be a mom. Because if you're a teen, let them have a mom. And they've been in the system. And they'd have the nurses for University of Michigan there 24 hours, along with staffing and social workers that would be there 24 hours, changing the trajectory of these babies' lives and these moms' lives so that we aren't producing children and to where the environment that they came from to give them hope. Y'all stop voting for these people who don't give a damn about us. I'm telling y'all, they showing us who they are. You got to believe them. You got to believe them. Who wasn't voting for this? And I'm gonna call Quincy Murphy was vote. At first, he was hell bent against it. Oh, my mama did it wrong, made me drag up that chair. Then in the end, when he got said, Councilman Murphy was working with me, and he was like, Tanya, he was right about that. Then he wanted to give the House of Esther money, but working with that deviant clique, that clique is not about the people. Stop voting for people who don't care about you or your best interests, your grandkids, your cousins, your nieces, your godmama, your fake cousin, your mama friends that you grew up with, they your cousins too. Stop voting for them because they don't care. I put these documents up in the video so you can see it. I put it up to give you proof. I put it up to give you the receipts. I put it up so that you know I'm telling you the truth, that I'm telling you the truth. So I'm serious about this. So we got the video of House of Esther. Can we play that? This broke my heart.
Just to confirm, it's the news one.
Yep.
All right, about to play it now.
Legal battle.
They just tore up everything, tore up and stole everything.
A dream to help those in need ransacked as the organization tries to help new and pregnant moms who find themselves without a home. On top of an ongoing legal battle with the city of Flint, the House of Esther says this latest obstacle only further delays its mission.
TV5's James Felton spoke with the CEO who's putting the blame on the city.
Actually, I cried.
That's how Yvonne Penton reacted when she saw this. Flint City Councilwoman Tanya Burns provided us with this video taken at the House of Esther, located on Flint's north side. It had been gutted. Penton is its CEO.
There's 21 rooms in there, 21 bedrooms, and we had all of the rooms decorated and furnished. All of it's gone, even the doors.
Penton tells us the House of Esther had a declaration of occupancy from the city of Flint. Penton also says the city granted them first right of refusal, meaning there was a promise by the city not to put the building up for sale unless the House of Esther had the option to buy it first. Penton says the city broke its promise and locked them out last year. She tells us that paved the way for criminals to take advantage of a building full of supplies for first-time pregnant mothers during and after pregnancy.
It's the city's responsibility to secure the building, and they failed to do that. And as a result, we can submit a legal damage report, which our attorney had talked to the city attorney to say, you can't evict us unless you go to court. And they refused to go to court and evict us, have the judge say we have to get out. That never happened.
For Penton, this project has been in the works for years, and she says she can't understand why the city of Flint is making it so hard for her to help homeless mothers and single fathers.
Why shouldn't they have an opportunity to live in a house, be educated, and become part of the community?
Reporting in Flint, James Felton, WNEM, TV5.
And I want to say this, TV5, y'all rock. And Mid-Michigan now, y'all rock, because TV5 and Mid-Michigan now have put out stories that others would not cover. Y'all rock. I'm going to give y'all flowers because y'all rock. Yeah, look, y'all be doing us some solids because without them, a lot of our news would not get out. It would not get out. And so can you put up the orange eviction? They're going to do the same to Hasselbring. We have an opportunity to come together. So the legal notice, this is what they put on the door of House of Esther. Legal notice, location, 500 West Pearson Road. They want that first ward, and that's fine. But you know what? It's a right way to come in. It's a right way. You don't come in and steamroll over the residents, take what you want, and not involve them in a part of the process. Y'all keep electing people who don't care. You keep electing the people that don't care. If y'all think them other 4 or 5 didn't know about this, they didn't show up to support me not one time in this. They didn't. They voted no against the rest of us every single time. Every single time. The power is with the people. You have the power, but you got to start coming together. I'm showing y'all who they are. This is what they put up on the House of Esther. This is the legal posted notice for eviction. They're going to do the same thing. January 5th, Hasselbring has to be out. They're going to do the same thing. They don't care. They're going to change the lives. We can put money on it. We can put money on it. They're going to do this. They did it already. It sits on 25 acres. Fine, you need it for development. Let them have 2 acres. The rest of that you can develop. Because that school had been, they literally stole the doors off the school and everything else and stripped in the other building. Let them have that. Give them 2 acres. Do you got to be so greedy to take it all? That building was built in the early 1909. And that's why the walls were so thick. So thick. You got to take it all? You come in and say, we're going to displace the most impoverished people, a ward that is 96% minority, people of color, and you're displacing them because you don't care. You're doing what you want. They don't have a voice. First ward, you do not have a voice. Hasselbring Center, you do not have a voice. This was done. So let's put up the pictures. Y'all, when you look at these rooms, start filtering through the pictures, please. So this room, is that the first one? I'm sorry. So this room, I took those pictures, y'all. When I walked in, each room was dedicated and given by, and I'd have to find it because I'm gonna talk about this every week because it has to be talked about. I'm not letting it go away because I need y'all to come with me to help me to change stuff. Stop voting for these people don't care. I took a whole video. I took 21 pictures, and these aren't all of them. But this one I love. I love the hot, y'all know I love pink. Y'all know that. This was pink and black. And you see you have the baby changing station. You have the crib. You have the chair for the mom. You have the pictures, the curtains. You have the comforter, the rugs, complete room donated. And each room was donated by a group or by a person. Each room was beautifully decorated. The furniture, everything. Y'all, all that was taken, including the rug and the curtains. Let's go to the next one. Here's another room. This room was donated too. As you can see, you have a desk, a chair, a window, the curtains that are on there. You have the rocking chair. And then, of course, there's a bassinet. Everything that was donated, complete. They decorated these rooms for the new moms to receive them. So that when they came home from the hospital, after having the babies, they go right into these rooms to create a home. It was a big kitchen part. They had gotten things donated, refrigerators, commercial refrigerators were donated. They stole those too. Mayor Neely locked the House of Esther out and people broke in and stole all of that. Who doesn't care about pregnant teens who are in our system that at the age of 18, they have to leave and go live in a bug-infested, nasty sex traffic motel while their baby stays in the system, separating the mom and the baby. Mayor Neely didn't care, just ruthless, heartless. Stop voting for people who don't give a damn. Y'all seen he don't care. He did this. He putting the seniors out. So they gonna play some basketball and football. I want to see that. If them seniors playing that, as much as I love my seniors, look, they better have a whole crew of ambulances because everybody gonna pull something. Go on to the next one, please. Now this one, this was such a pretty yellow, a sunshiny yellow, and with the colors. And you see the quilted part that's in here. You've got the chairs that are there for the mom and the baby, completely decorated, donated, along with the baby bed and the bedding. They did all of this. This yellow was really a beautiful, beautiful yellow. Okay, let's go to the next one, please. Look, y'all, they stole all that too. Now, I love me some mint green. So here you have the baby bed. You have, now I wonder why is that bumper on the outside of that bed, that baby bumper. I'm just looking at that. That was clearly somebody who had not had a baby. That baby bumper is supposed to be on the inside of that bed. You have the baby changing table. You got the rocking chair. Look, the curtains coordinate with the picture on the wall, with the throw in the pillows, everything, completely furnished room. They stole all of that. Curtains, everything. The Jenny Lynn crib's got a white Jenny Lynn crib, stole that too. Jenny Lynn baby changer, stole that too. Mayor Sheldon Neely locked them out. Mayor Sheldon Neely locked them out. Go on to the next picture. Now here's another look. They got the little teddy bear in the bed already, waiting to receive a new mom that would be coming in with their baby from the hospital to have a place. There's a rocking chair, there's a bed, beautiful bedding, rugs, completely, very tastefully decorated, all these rooms. You see the clock and the pictures on the wall. You see the baby bed with the little teddy bear, stole. Look, it's got the dresser there that matches the baby bed. Not cheap stuff. Beautiful furniture. Beautiful. Mayor Neely locked them out. And they stole everything. All that's gone. When I went in there and there's a video, they stole it all. It's gone. Let's go on to the next one.
Those was the only ones you sent?
Those were the only, oh, I didn't send the other ones. It's 21 of them. So now everyone can imagine how those rooms look. And I'm going to, those rooms are beautifully decorated, tastefully done. And those rooms, they completely stole everything. Everything was stolen. And the rooms, there's nothing left, literally nothing left in those rooms. Nothing at all. Mayor Neely locked the doors. Doors were locked. They weren't able to get their things. When they went in, all of that stuff was stolen. It had been stolen out of the, it had been stolen. And I'm trying to see if I have the video with me going there. And it was heartbreaking because, those were my pictures. And I took so many pictures. They did such a beautiful job of decorating the rooms. And to see that, it didn't matter. They completely ravaged the room. And the building has been set on fire so many times. You can't, it is, I can't find that video. You can't believe it. And so, yes, we have to have progress in economic development, but you don't have to just put it on the people like that. Talk to the people. Let us know. And if your representative is not talking to you, they need to let you know what's happening. That's why I do this show. It ain't because I ain't got nothing else to do. I promise y'all. But one thing I found before I ran, there was no transparency. And we need transparency because residents have a, I don't see the video, I'll have to find it. Residents have a right to know, but those rooms no longer, the building has been set on fire so many times that you see outside of it the smoke that's bellowed up out of the windows in the back. There's fire, it's fire stuff. They didn't secure the building correctly. They cut the power. Matter of fact, they cut the power off when she was there. They shouldn't have evicted, and she had to get it cut back on. And so when we talk about an old building that was built out of plaster and just the craftsmanship, you don't see that anymore. They throw up these homes pre-modules and pieces, pre-manufactured. And so when we look at our community, this is what's going to happen. They did not evict them. They changed the laws. It's the same thing someone had put in there, but you don't see the date. They didn't go to court. They didn't go to court with House of Esther. Why? Because that's how Mayor Neely moves. He moves like that. He doesn't care. It's about him. It's about him, and it's about what he wants. And so what I'm going to need y'all, because it always has to be a call to action, a call to action. I will be posting something up at the beginning of next week. And I need the support, y'all. I need the support. I need y'all to support me in this, because we got to support the seniors. And let me tell y'all, where is House of Esther at? North side is a 96% Black side of town ward. We had, and Pastor Ron, I love dearly, of Judson Baptist Church, and his wife, Kimberly, and he took them in. He took them in because they didn't have a place to go when they were illegally evicted and locked out. He took them in. And who took them in? In a Black community, it was a white church. A white church took them in. We got to start saying for our own community, yes, I may be troubled and worried about having to pay my own bills, my consumer's bill, my Comcast bill, my water bill. And y'all, I have the exact same problems. And I'm gonna tell you, if I didn't think every day, why am I doing this? Well, what we make, because somebody's got to tell the truth. And I'm not joking when I said I went from making $25,000 a week, and that wasn't even a good week, to making that a year. But sometimes God puts us in a position, and I was put in a position to where I wanted to be home more, because I was living pretty much in Illinois and going back and forth, and I got sick. I got real sick, and I'm going to do a show. I know Taylor was talking about fibroids. I had one of the largest fibroids that they had ever seen. I had to have that removed. But sometimes, and I'm going to talk about fibroids in women, and generally it is 80% of Black women and women of color have them. And literally my doctor was like, look, you can have this removed or you're going to die. And those are my options. And I'm going to share that story. I've never really shared. I want to share with some other women who've had other experiences. So if you've had that experience and want to share your story about fibroids, inbox me, because I want to share your story. Because a lot of people don't talk about it. So what I did was decided, hey, I wanted to be back home. My mom had 3-4 strokes. My dad had a stroke. My bonus dad had a heart attack. And it was just life just came down all at once. And so I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to stay here. And never thought I was too good for any job. Never made any money in Flint. I did not. Made my money outside, brought and did for my community here with what I made in my other markets in Detroit, Wayne County, Grand Rapids, and Illinois. And I did very well. But what I did, Sheena B, you have fibroids. I have endometriosis. See, when we talk about it, I have endometriosis is so painful. You don't even understand unless you've had it. And so life to me, and I'm here. And I'm like, I got more involved. So when I decided, I said, okay, I had to keep health insurance. And I went to work at General Motors third shift, y'all. Listen, General Motors will beat your body down, okay? It will beat your body down. I used to keep my little watch thing on. I think the most was 16 miles in one shift, working third shift. Then I would still do my business because I couldn't go to Chicago or Illinois because of my parents. And when life, you make changes. Then somehow, well, look, I'm gonna tell you, I did help biggest, maybe God opened my eyes for a reason. And I was friends with Mayor Neely at the time. And I worked on his campaign. He asked me to work in economic development for him. Now I tell y'all, I've told y'all this story. I did, and then within about 6 weeks, I was getting fired every day. Every day. Why? Because I've been in business. I've worked with people. I'm not going to be thrilled about flying on a private jet. I've done all of that. I'm not going to be thrilled about, and it's fun. It's nice. And when you experience about being, there's a certain level of how you're treated with certain things. I've done that. Now I want to serve my community. I don't, when people get this thing of power and they don't know what to do with it, then they take it. You see things, how people are acting out. They haven't even really had power. They really have. And that's the funny part. Yeah. I remember I had a conversation. He was with the OR dealer, ADT dealer program. I was the first female and Black of a ADT dealership in the US. And that includes Puerto Rico. And I was the number one in sales and in my accounts. And so one of the things that you kind of learn in business that women, they will talk to you crazy. They will. And they question, especially if you're a woman of color, well, why are you in this? What made you start doing this? Because I had a daughter that was going to college. And so the house that I live in now, which they claim that I live someplace else, listen, I live in this itty bitty house with these closets this big. Okay. I don't know who had 2 pair of pants back then and 1 pair of shoes. Okay. But that ain't never been me. These closets this big. And so I'm content. God has brought me to a place to where I want to do something for my community. Always worked in my community, but when you're donating and helping, it's different as opposed to you got your hands in it. We got your hands in it. And so for me, I make deals with God all the time. Me and God have a very close relationship. I make bargains. I'm like, God, you take care of me. I'm going to take care of you, but I need you to guide me. You do this for me, God, and I'm going to do this for you. So I am faithful and I am obedient. And so I worked with Mayor Neely, got fired every day, days off, weekends and holidays, because I saw him become the position in power. It was not about what was right. He never showed that to me. He was a different person to me than he was to everybody else. There was things that I did not see. And you'll hear Arthur Woodson and Winters talk about things, and even Harletta. I wasn't even a part. He was having conversations with them he never had with me. So when I guess he figured, well, she just ain't gonna go along to do that. I'm not gonna allow, I don't care who it is, I'm not gonna allow you just to treat people wrong. I answer to God. If my conscience ain't right and I can't sleep, I'm not doing it. And that was the problem. And so Murdoch would call and say all the time, Ty Barnes, Mayor just needs you just chill out and don't say nothing, just chill out of that. No, first of all, it ain't even the amount of money that I could make to where I'm gonna do the people wrong. I'm sorry. It's just not. I've done that. I had a worse week. I'm saying that worse week. I had $78,000, and I was in the bed at the time, and my husband was like, "Can you put your laptop down? I need you bring your work to bed." No, look, I'm bringing $78,000. I need to figure out what's going on with. And so when I figured out what was wrong, I called. I said, "Look, I need to have a new director." And literally, when I talked to Joe, and he was the president, he was like, "Okay, send it to me, Tom." He said, "Okay, I got you." Now some things I asked him not to do. By the time I finished that next day, literally by 11 o'clock, and he's in Denver, he had cleared. Or was he in Florida then? Boca Raton. It was cleared in Denver, all $78,000 that it had been on my books for like over a year of clearing it, because my director had a problem with Black women. He had a problem with me as a Black woman. And because he had a problem with me as a Black woman, they went, "Oh, how are you doing this?" Chicago was a great market. And I worked with someone there underneath their license. God rest his soul. I miss him because he was just a straight shooter. And me and him did very good business together. And so I didn't did $1,000 meals and $500,000 bottles of wine and shit. I have done it. I can't be as a kid. I think God reared me up. I got this bougie uncle, y'all. I really do. And that as a kid, I was taught. I would go in the summers down south to where my family owns farmland in Alabama. And I would be down there on the farm. And I had an uncle. I talk about my life experiences because it made me who I am as a woman. And it taught me. But I also had my Uncle Ollie Pounds. And I have Pounds who are relatives here in Flint. And he told me, he was a Reverend Ollie Pounds. He has a little statue in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. And he said, never let anybody tell you where a woman's place, where a girl's place is. I was like, well, what you mean? Now, I always want my pastor to drive a LeSabre. Why? My Uncle Ollie Pounds, who was born on February 29th in leap year, always drove a LeSabre. He's the same man that told me, don't trust the water coming out the faucet. I promise y'all, as a little girl. We went up to the mountain. I'm like, we from Michigan now. Our water come out the faucet. He said, never trust the water come out the faucet. You never drink that or put it in your body. And we would go with glass jugs and collect spring water. And I was telling my grandmother, and my grandmother was, I'm like, I used to call her mom. I'm like, why are we gonna go to the mountain? You know, we collected spring water. I didn't understand until we had the Flint water crisis and the water was poison. I did not understand. So a lesson as a little girl, when we was literally going up to the mountain and collecting spring water in glass jugs with them little handles on them, that you have to be careful of your water source. I did not understand. So I think God was preparing me for some understanding. And so, yes, I protested with the water. You will see me there. I was there and I made my kids go because you don't get to experience at that point. I want them to see what the world is going through. And my kids, all three, are very active. And I'm very proud of them. And I'm very proud of them because they allow me to do my work in the community that I don't have to worry about what they're doing. Because me being obedient to God, I'm that God takes care of them. And that I don't have to worry about my children as I am trying to help other children and in my community. So for that, I am thankful for. But when we talk about people who, if I give you $1,500, if I get you money to pay cash for your kitchen, yes, I'm gonna tell it. You know, I'm very happy in the little bitty house, the little bitty closets. Now I done took over the 2 bottom bedrooms because their closets, they need to be outfitted. But them little bitty closets, your girl happy. I'm good. I'm good. I am a workaholic. I am, and that's just who I am. But when I'm tired, God makes you rest, and God has had me rest at times, to where I have to have a clear mind, clear thoughts to move forward, to share these things. And I'm going to tell you, last night, I took a nap yesterday evening. As I laid, I was like, Lord, I am tired. Like, God, like, you don't get it. You can rest for a moment, but you're going to get up and do this show. And God sent me, look, Sheena B, y'all, all of them, and Pastor Jordan in Chicago and producer Jay. I did nothing to prepare this show, y'all. They were like, hey, we got this. We got you some social media flyers. We got you some theme music. And the 6 of the theme music, we only play one. I got your YouTube page. I did none of this. I was like, I'm going to take a break to the new year. I swear I was. I was taking a break to the new year. And Stephanie Rogers would tell you that. She will tell you. And so I was good with that. That lasted all of about 5 minutes. And then when I woke up, I didn't even wake up. I went to bed. It went 5 minutes later. I started getting inboxes. I'm like, Lord, you got to be kidding me. You know, I was resting on the thought that I didn't have to do anything. That was a very short rest, y'all, because it's work to be done. It's work to be done. So I'm going to live in what we call the college house, because my daughter used to have some parties over here that I was busting up. Cars would be down the street, but they were very respectful. And the neighbors over here did like them. No, they wouldn't, the police wasn't called. I'd be like, what are you doing? Oh, man, we're just having a party. They was partying because I had the basement finished when I had got the house. But now I'm in the college house, very happy. And it's just me and my thoughts, okay? And y'all with me this morning. So I want to say this. People can easily be corrupted by money, position, and power. Money, position, and power change people. You can't change me. You can't. I've shopped the finest stores. My first expensive purse I bought myself, y'all. I didn't have nobody buy it for me. I bought myself. I think it was, we ain't gonna say it was a lot, but I've been in places where people ask you as a Black woman, they want to question why you doing this, and want to question what you can afford. I remember going into the Waterford glass place, and the lady was like, oh, do you realize that these are $125 per glass? Lady, okay, I didn't ask you that. Wrap the glasses up, because they came two at a time. Wrap it up, because I'm going to go home. You like what you like, because I've had it all. God has blessed me with it, which is the difference, and I know. I drink cheap champagne, and not Andre, y'all, okay? I like Corbel, believe it or not, and my mimosas, and I poured in $100-some glass. I don't care. I have nothing to prove to anybody. And that's part, you like what you like. You like what you like. So, and that's what I'm saying is, you can make do in any situation. And I truly love my community. I love my community, and I see what Flint can be. And I want everyone to see that as Flint moves forward, I want everybody to be a part of it. I want everybody to be a part of it and be a decision maker. And the only way you can be a decision maker is getting involved. You cannot sit back and not get involved, because they steamrolling over you. They steamrolling over you. Voting is important. And I want you to tell you why voting is important. They made a law to change it. Producer Jay, I sent you a document, and it's like green and white. When they were putting that get a free car, you may have to turn it upside down. Register to vote and put in for a car.
Let me try to edit it real quick.
So remember I was talking to y'all about Papa Jared. I'm Papa Jared. I'm Wilbur Papa Jared, Effie's baby boy. Papa Jared gives a whole spiel. Papa Jared is the example of Black don't crack, okay? Papa Jared about 6'5". Y'all probably heard Liddell yelling at him, you and the blue slacks. You're removed. That's your second warning. Officers. Papa Jared is nothing to play with, okay? Nothing to play with. And so they had come together. How do we get people out to vote? So how do we get them out to vote? They came up with people come out, like they say with kids now. If we feed them, they come for parent conferences. So they put it, you come out to vote. Once you vote, put it in. You go in to win a new car. You want that new car free and clear. Man, the stories that I listen to the people, because we know this is a culture in the Black community. Things were different. We're used to having to figure stuff out. We're used to that. And so, and my family, look, they played the numbers, and then so did many other Black families. But I think for me, I was able to see as a child a balance. Like I said, I had the bougie uncle in New York who he had a nanny and a maid for his kids. And I had the experience of his wife worked for Esther, and she literally does have the gold sink, gold toilet and all of that. And the luxurious things. And I did meet Donald Trump in Trump Tower. I met him before when I was a young girl. And so when we talk about, yeah, that's it. So when you leave that up while I'm talking, please. And so when we have these experiences, I cannot be bought. Papa Jared would be at my grandma's house. My grandma, Willa Mae. He was on St. John, grew up with my dad. And I have two fathers. I have a bonus dad, my stepdad. I call him my dad. I don't even call him step. He's my dad too. So I love them both equally. And my daddy, Kenny Harrison, Kenny, well, he they call him light skin with the good hair. But back then, this was, you could register, it tells you register sweepstakes. You vote, it says register on Monday, July 4th. That was, ooh, you might have to blow, can we blow that one up? So this is how they were able to drive out the black vote to help, I believe, was it Jim Sharp win, or was it, I think, which one was it? But this is what they did. They changed the law on this, y'all. I gotta turn mine up so I can, I need to work on, I'm gonna turn mine so I can.
You gotta turn that fun up on your phone, because.
Okay, you know what? You're right, I do. But I gotta see, I turned it around. So, because I'm gonna read it. So this one is a registration sweepstakes. It says 100 prizes, drawing 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, July 4th, 1983. Picnic 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Now that's a party. Where Ophelia Bonner Park, free hot dogs, free soft drink, sponsored by League of Forgotten Voters. Registration sweepstake, 100 prizes, and you were able to register to win a free car in full. And so what they did was change that. They changed. There's a law written that you cannot like feed the people to go out to vote beforehand, or you cannot have them register to win after you vote. And that people were winning brand new cars. And so they changed that law. They created a law that changed that you can't do that anymore. And that came out of Flint, Michigan, because Flint, Michigan was driving them numbers up. They said, hey, we're going to make this kind of even. We know how to get the people out. Let them win a free car. Let's feed them. And that's what it was. And people won prizes. But the law changed that. They changed that. And so that is something that we how do we drive the vote on? Now we got to do it on our own. So they took that away for something that's an incentive for us, or for people who are dealing in impoverished areas that you can't come to. They're gonna leave you in your home. They don't want to give you no hope. Who cares? Elon Musk offered, was it $1 million? What was it, $1 million or 10 million? And he ain't got in trouble for Trump. He had them people come out. Papa J was that strong familiarity as what those were men with virtue and integrity. Yeah. And Papa Jared is still around. I'm scared of Papa Jared. I'm just gonna tell you. Papa Jared, I done had somebody tell me. I remember the story. They came back and said Papa Jared was gonna whoop my behind and the other person's behind. These was two men. And they said he was working out. Papa Jared still works out. He's still pumping that iron. And so he is a staple. He has always been before his time. And so, we have to, people say, oh, but why do you deal with certain people in your community? I deal with them because, one, they're part of our community. And so it's not someone, especially in our Black community. Liddell tried to say, I talked to Papa Jared. People say, oh, you talk to Aona Gilgis. Yes, I do. I talk to them because they're in our community. You don't delete them because someone else doesn't like them. No. I'm friends with Mayor Karen Weaver. I mean, we can go on, with the list. And so
check out that comment on the.
And when we did wrong, Papa beat the hell out of us. Hashtag correction. Hashtag accountability. Come on now. Come on now. So, and we look at how these men change, because we know that Flint, not Flint, let's talk about, now they're trying to erase our history that slavery didn't matter. That is Black people, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't want that anymore. I think Walmart changed theirs and some other places, affirmative action. And so these men knew how to work around to get our community taken care of. And they increased voters and say, hey, your voting is powerful. And if it wasn't powerful, they wouldn't be making laws to stop you. They wouldn't. That's why you got to get together. And I need y'all, if nothing else, trust me that I'm going to bring y'all the truth. Trust in that. And it's hard. Flint ain't got no reason to trust really nobody, especially when they said for 18 months you drank the water. And Flint has a trust issue, a valid trust issue. And so we got to start learning to trust some elected officials. I don't do, look, they can put up my water bill all they want. I make payments. And if the amount on my water bill is a problem, they can pay it. As I told the water department, don't stop nobody from coming down there paying off Tanya Burns' water bill. Okay. I'm on the budget. Okay. I've learned how to live within my means right now. Okay. That I have. Don't stop nobody from paying on my water bill or anything else. If they want to come do it, y'all need to accept them payments and hope they make them in cash. Okay. Okay. Because what I'm doing is working for the people. The pay is not great, but it is fulfilling otherwise. And God has always made a way, and I'm thankful for that. I am thankful for that. Now, don't y'all think I don't think about going back into corporate America. I'm just saying. But my heart is with the people. And if I said I didn't, because there is a lot of abuse that is given. People say, oh, you got to have thick skin. No, you got to have titanium skin. You have to have titanium, because these folks ain't no joke around here. They are no joke. So, and with that being said, we got to start. Voting is powerful. Our community is going to change. Whether we want it to or not, it's going to change. And as it changes, I want each of you to know, I'm going to need y'all help for Hasselbring. Beverly Lewis is going to need your help for Hasselbring. I showed you how Mayor Neely did the House of Esther with that eviction. He's going to do the same type of eviction that he did to House of Esther to Hasselbring. Ain't no seniors up there trying to play no football leagues and no basketball leagues. I mean, those aren't even good lies. If you're going to lie, make it believable, at least. Those were terrible lies. And so displacing the programming, and they got some Benedict Arnolds around there that are Benedict Arnolds who are around there just lying. Yep, the Hasselbring Center. And you got to appreciate what they do for the community. You have to. That's the computer classes. And so figuring out what we do. Oh, that was at Councilman Mays's. They put the tree, and then they had the benches, and there will be a gazebo. I don't know what's going to happen to the gazebo. It's already paid for. I don't know what's going to happen to the gazebo, but that was the day of that, the unveiling. Then the gazebo was come next spring, but with them being thrown out January the 5th, I don't know what's going to happen. And this is what we need. We need to stand around them. We need to. And so we have to rather. So when I post up, and check the YouTube, I may be doing like a little short clip video, I'm going to need y'all to share it. I'm going to need y'all to share what's on my page when it comes to Hasselbring and to how we rallied around together. I'm going to be getting together because we had the same thing with the House of Esther. I'm getting our Black people, our white people, I'm getting our community together, that we have to save our community. Hold our elected officials accountable. Hold them accountable. Because we see a lot of them will sit back and won't say nothing. They don't show up. They don't show up to protest. They don't show up in council to speak. If your voice, show up at that podium and speak and bring people with you. If I'm coming, I'm bringing somebody with me. When I went to protest, I brought my kids with me. I brought friends with me. Bring somebody with you. And people, it makes a difference. We in a 4-4 right now, and the only way to change that is through election. As much as I love Beverly Biggs, she will only be able to win through an election. They will not select her. The special master has a task, and the special, can you put up what the special master does? That's probably going to be up in there. The special master, what they do, and I need to and I'll go back to pull mine up. And see, this, I didn't do here we go. So what a special master, I want people to know what the special master, which our special master is going to be Judge Celeste Bell. Judge Celeste Bell is the same one that Ballinger Square is still sitting on her desk. No judgment is made, and the building is all the way torn down now. Thank you, County Treasurer Deb Cherry, for that. And she's the one who was going to let out John Cole, the criminal sexual predator who gave the 14-year-old HIV. So what is a special master appointed court performs a specific action on behalf of the court? Judge Elizabeth Kelly wants her to do this. This is how she got appointed. What do? Ensuring judicial orders are followed, hearing evidence and making recommendations, not determining, not being the final say, making recommendations, sorting through scientific issues, evaluating scientific tactics, making findings on fact-based or scientific and technical evidence, making evidentiary rulings. A judge can appoint a special master. Judge Kelly appointed her, Elizabeth Kelly, that we just went to this past Wednesday. A special master when a district court or judge magistrate can handle the assignment effectively and in a timely fashion. Special masters are attorneys, but they can also be non-attorneys. For example, in a patent case, a judge might appoint someone who is knowledgeable about the technology at issue. Special masters are not on the court's payroll, and the parties to the case pay for them. So I guess the city paying for them, I don't know. The judge determines how the costs are allocated between the parties. Is it a scroll down or up on that, Producer Jay? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Did I send? There should be another part too then. And let me look at that part because it also goes into some of the specifics.
Well, I couldn't get the one that you sent was long, so I wouldn't have been able to get it all in one. So I just found this one. But you got something there.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, let me get back. And then after this one, I want to go into your right to protest. Yeah, let me find, because it speaks to what I'll read it to. There was some important stuff that was in, as I'm going to take the witness's testimony. Because basically this, and I see why they, yeah, it was long. So basically she'll be given a determination what we should do. Only thing we should be doing, in my opinion, is having an election sooner. I sent emails before we even had to go to court. I've been asking for this for over a month, just to have the election brought up quicker because of the timeliness. And with the timeliness of it, we knew that Precinct 10 was an issue. And because Precinct 10 was an issue, this is going to go much longer than I thought. Let's go to the official Flint City Council meeting, because I want to put up, y'all, this is much longer than I thought. And I'm sorry. I should have did this show last week.
We can tell them, go ahead and put in the chat if you want us to keep going, or a 1 for keep going and 2 for come back next week.
That right, that part. If you want us to keep going, put a 1 in there. If you want us to keep going, and then click like when y'all doing that 1 so we can still boost this ad. How many people do we have that are in here?
188, but we were 240 strong for a while. So we're doing good. So your 1s are you're winning in the 1s. I think finished 2 yet.
Okay. Well, wow. Okay. So I'm sorry, y'all. When I was in Philadelphia and New Jersey, not doing what Liddell Lewis said it was. So let's put up the video, and then at the time marker, the first time marker is going to be at, I think I sent those to you. It was just going to be Judy at 4 minutes, 4 hours and 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So in my opinion, we talk about the special master has got a lot to go over. Precinct 10 was a problem. And I'm not going to change what I say about Precinct 10. Precinct 10 was a problem. People weren't on the ballot, some weren't on the ballot. They would ballot. They have never been told how many people did not receive the ballot. And so Precinct 10 was a problem. So if Beverly Biggs had won or AC Dumas, I bet y'all they would have said, we have a problem with Precinct 10. I promise y'all. I believe that. And so I want y'all to hear.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm my bad. I was just going to ask you, could I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
So, you know, my biggest thing when they were giving these speeches, and, you know, I don't think we're going to put the moose in, we're not going to play her clip. But it was said.
No, I don't even have her time stamped down.
We don't need it. We're not giving her free airtime over here. So if she wants to pay for it, then she can get it. But anyway, I thought it was disheartening when they went after Miss Beverly.
It was
the way
terrible.
that they did. And you know what I thought, and I went back and looked, and I think me and you have discussed this a little bit. The candidate that they're banking on and you know is trying to put in that seat, you know, it wasn't mentioned not one time about his fraud.
Yeah.
And you know, and it was disheartening that they targeted Miss Beverly the way that they did. It was disheartening.
And let me say this: as I was looking, it was terrible. It was as if she was on a criminal proceeding, and and I did state that this was one of the reasons why when they asked about the criminal, which all three of them, only one that stayed away from it was Leon El Alamein. He did not. And so in this one, they asked him, lawsuit alleges Flint City Council president helped embezzle millions of dollars from church. And so he said he was cleared on all of that. But I don't have the paperwork on that. But what it was said was that the pastor had passed away. That was one of the things. And so that was a problem. And so the $1 million was missing. It was missing. And the church, I believe, was sold to Triumph Church. And so the church was lost. And so here is one of the things I was looking for the video. Then in hindsight is after. I wish I was tired, number one. I played the video of one of her hypocrisy. Well, I didn't play, you did the video, but I was so upset with the hypocrisy of Liddell. And they were basically not scrutinizing her, but sentencing her. And her words were that they used were cruel. So it was kind of like, well, we got a chance to get back at you for you think you stepped to that podium speaking your truth. But here's the thing. They talk crazy to people. It would be different if they were operating with clean hands, and they're not. They're not. So let's start playing the videos. So that's the setup for that.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes. So section 3-104 of the city charter of responsibilities of city council. As representatives of the citizens of the city of Flint, city council members are expected to conduct themselves with appropriate decorum, act respectfully with constituents, each other, and other public servants, attend to the duties of their office as outlined in this charter, and become knowledgeable on the City of Flint charter, etc. The important thing is respect. If you can't have respect for your elected officials, I can't expect you to be respectful when sitting on this dais. I have also spoken to multiple people in the 3rd Ward, and they all asked me to vote for Carrie Nelson, and that's what I'm doing. It's not because somebody else asked me, it's because the residents that I spoke to asked me to. When we talk about the election, There was no election. Some people were out there campaigning while others were not. And some people were at the polling places saying, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, and others were not. I'm not going to address the polling places, the different polls as to whether they were in the original 3rd Ward or not, or if it was portion of those polling locations that were. That's up to the clerk to decide. But ultimately it didn't count because the city, the county, and the state do not certify that election. So to me, as someone who is at the other end of her vitriol, it's respectfully. I try to treat everybody with respect. I don't always. I'm a human. But I try. This person does not. And that to me is 100% all I'm about. Thank you.
Okay. Can we put up the power? I just sent you the video. We're going to probably have to come back to this, to the next one. But can we put up the video? Because she claims all about this respect. She talked about Trevor's body parts, where she was going to cut them off. She's talked about things, and she's sitting up in recall court trying to recall me. So stop, Judy. Stop with that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's the same as what she dated a colored man and had black friends. And then said, oh, Tanya, you made me say that. No, Judy, you are a liar. I didn't make you say that. What I had said at the time is black people have come a long way. And what I'm comfortable with being called black. But that I know that as black people, we've come a long way with being called black, colored, African American, Negro. But I am comfortable with being called black. You ready to see on this? Yep, put it up. We ready. Thank you. Walk it up, bro. Walk it up. Thank you. That's it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you calling people bitches. You ain't do that. If you don't intimidate me, you ain't see on intimidate me. Thank you. Yeah, this is not fair. That's all I'm saying. No intimidation here, Piper. No intimidation here. Y'all need to take y'all That's some bullshit. I'm hearing you. Can we cut it now? So, as she read 3-104, respectfully, to respect, Judy, you didn't say anything about Liddell. Liddell ran up on a whole grown man, did not care, wanted the knuck if you bugged, was confrontational, stood up, was sitting in her wrong seat, refused when asked to sit in her correct seat, refused every single time. She refused to sit in her right seat. She was voting wrong. Her vote shouldn't have been counted. The city clerk should have checked her on that her votes didn't count. It's a violation of the council rules and of the Flint City Charter. But you want to talk about respect? Your best buddy didn't respect anybody. The respect didn't begin with herself. As she sat in between, she flanked the side. She sat in the 9th ward seat when she sits on the other side in the 2nd ward seat. And her and the 7th ward all night went back and forth all night long. All night long. Racist, you a snake, you this, you know, and they went at him. Until you see at the point where someone had the video where it shows Pfeiffer. Of course he's getting upset because it's the whole night. I'm doing points of order. Judy's just sinking down in her seat. She didn't want to deal with it. She's just sinking down. Didn't want to deal with it. That was her meeting she was cheering. She allowed them to go rogue. She allowed that. But then she wants to all of a sudden become the person that I am going to, I'm the do-gooder. No. No, not buying it. Not buying it. Yeah. So let's put up the next one to talk about. And I gave you, I think, the timestamps. You've got them. And so, like I said, I think that Ms. Biggs will have to have an election. They're not going to select her. and she's going to need your help. She's going to need your help. This election is important. Whoever's going to win that race, it will have to be an election. This council will not come to an agreement. It will not happen, because even as we showed them, we came around at round at round 4 and 5, Candace voted for Judy. Voted for Dumas. And then she did for 2 round 4 and round 5. But let's play the next clip, please.
So if it's all right with you, I'll just continue on with JWC, and then after her, I'll skip to Fife.
Yeah, skip me though.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip you.
Okay.
I'll do it separate if you want to play it, but I'll go ahead and go to
Yeah.
Here we are talking about respect. A double standard. I sit here among colleagues that want to talk about respect. They're not respectful. And yes, I'm going to continue to vote for Miss Beverly L. Biggs Levy. I'll vote for who I want to vote for. Hell, the second ward voted for you, and they shouldn't have. The fact that Miss Biggs Levy, in that election, she got 787 votes. The people wanted her. And I'm going to stand with what the people want.
Request for information.
I'm not answering your request.
Because
I didn't. No one said request for information on you. Let me finish speaking.
Request for information. You got it. Just want to clear up the misstatement.
787 votes. Mr. A.C. Dumas, 718. And Mr. Kerry Nelson, when I added up the votes, 391. The people spoke. And I'm going to honor what the people voted on in that election. A double standard. We sit here and we talk about respect. How disrespectful. We have council members putting residents out of the council chamber. You can't even cough. You can't even talk among your neighbors sitting there next to you. You're going to get put out the chamber. And they want to talk about respect. How dare they? I'm done.
And how this needs to work. I think there are two people we should, as a body, be considering. I think that to have 3 minutes and to take 3 minutes to tear down colleagues, as opposed to saying why you are for or against a certain
Can you bypass her, please?
Candidate, I think that is a waste of not only the time that we have now, but also a waste of time for those who are interviewing, because this should not be
or we can agree on a candidate tonight. And to my colleague's point in the 7th Ward, just being an outsider, kind of sitting in the audience while the interviewing was going on, there was clearly, and as trying to be independent, there's clearly two people that were that rose above everyone else, clearly, it was Mr. Nelson and Mr. A.C. Dumas. Obviously, Mr. Nelson does not have the votes tonight. And A.C. Dumas, lifelong resident, I can say this clearly as I've been on both sides of what Mr. A.C. Dumas is coming. He will yell at you if you're wrong no matter what. He is an independent, pull you to the carpet person.
I'm gonna call you.
And if there's something right or wrong, he will voice his opinion. So we can be a divided council for the end of time. We can have the clerk or the state call the election, or we can get business done tonight and appoint A.C. Dumas because he is the most independent to move us forward tonight out of the 4 candidates. Now, the other candidates can get mad or whatever else happens, but that is clearly how we have to move forward, because the 4-4 votes, the way we're doing council president, and is not moving anything forward. We can start being the butt of jokes. We can, be I'm going to say the laughing stock, because the press isn't going to back up what we're saying or anything else. So from here on out, my vote will be for A.C. Dumas, because that's the only way forward. That's the only way to break the deadlock, because Mr. Nelson doesn't have the votes, Ms. Beverly Biggs doesn't have the votes. Let's move forward, and that will be my vote from here on forward. Thank you.
Request for information. Mr. Pfeiffer, request for information. Councilman Pfeiffer, so what are your reservations against Mr. Nelson?
First of all, I will never explain my vote and how I vote for anybody to you. Let's be clear on that.
So I don't want to add to confusion, and I very much am in agreement with some of what the councilperson in the 7th Ward stated and the 8th Ward stated, that seemingly at this point, Mr. Dumas is someone that at least seemingly the 3 of us can agree to, which could break for this interim period, could allow us to begin to work as a body of 9. And then for whenever this new special election is to take place, then we'll listen again to the vote of the people, and we go from there. I would respectfully encourage this council to move in that direction.
Request for information. Mr. Jarrett, who are the 3, sir?
Who are the 3?
Who are the 3 that are in agreement?
It would appear from what I was hearing, councilperson in the 7th, the 8th, and then myself, that seemingly we could agree on moving forward with Mr. Dumas.
Okay.
And for, again, the period that we would have to work within between tonight and whenever that election takes place,
Information.
we go from there.
So Councilman Jarrett, so what makes you think that Mr. Dumas has the support?
From, again, what I thought I just heard from the council person in the 7th Ward and the 8th Ward, that there were seemingly 2 candidates that appeared to at least interview in a way where there was a different level of comfort. That said, I would encourage, again, and if I read either of those statements or comments incorrectly, I would yield the rest of my time to either one who would want to clarify or correct me in that vein, whether it be counsel in the 7th or 8th. That said, and having taken somewhat of a pause, I'm hopeful that we can come together tonight to do this on this appointed period and then get someone elected as soon as the clerk is able to pull together the necessary paperwork to get the ballot or the special election. Thank you.
That is the end of it. Can they hear me?
Yep, you good.
Okay, and so y'all, I'm telling you, it was like a deep freezer in there that night. They went and got their coats and had on gloves. Some of them. It was freezing cold. I was tired that day, but I hadn't even realized when your body catching up. But you have put up what I stated, and one thing, put up that Emmy. Is it an Emmy? And Candace played a good game. I will give it to her. She had everybody going. She should have won an Emmy, an Oscar, a Golden Globe, a Tony, because she really, that 4th and 5th round, she had everybody believing she was going to vote. She did. And so can you play mine? And then after that one, I want to play where she did vote for him.
Hell, I even called you and on while you were there and said, "Hey, Candace is about to vote for
yeah." Man, and I'm like, she is not. Look, I would have tore that place up. Can you play what I stated, please?
Gotcha.
Thank you. We don't live in a 3rd ward. I don't. Critical. For me, when the people speak, we have to listen. And it's the people. We don't live in a 3rd ward. I don't. And what we have to do is listen. I get people don't like each other, but I need my colleagues to be just as offended about Ms. Big's statements as the statements they made and continuously made and didn't defend and told lies. It's very hypocritical because here tonight we're supposed to pick someone and you all are sitting here and it's really tough because I already stated 2 of them I'm close to, but it was the will of the people. What does the 3rd ward want? It's not our personal opinions. It's not. And some of my colleagues just tell lies. You really can't tell someone what they can and cannot say when you are the person calling the whole city janky and made a song up. When you calling me a bitch and I did not call you one back. When you called another councilman racist every chance you get, you gaslight this community. You put the residents out and you don't care. Residents want change. Obviously the 3rd ward, whatever, I didn't poll them. No one sent me and said, hey, don't vote for her. It's not my job to poll the people in the 3rd ward. It's my job to take care of the 6th ward. And the 3rd ward people came to the polls. Now, the problem is we had the former council president state to people as they were arriving, don't vote for the 3rd ward. I'm going to appoint someone. She was out there doing that, disenfranchising voters and abusing her position and her power. Her position and power. Her leadership is why we are so fragmented. It's her leadership. Days she's not here, we get along. We do. Days she here, we catch hell. And that's just the fact. It's the energy
the negative energy. It's time we start treating this council like a body of 9, not 5. 9, not 5. We put the people first. They don't even want to hear what the rest of us have to say. It's no fairness, just nastiness. And we've gotten down to this. So you can't blame her for what she said, because y'all mouths up here are just atrocious. Atrocious. And it's not the way it should be. We should be held to a higher standard and decorum.
Okay. So I know people were saying we're misquoting, and I want to put it on for the facts, because I deal with facts, because there were some statements which were made, which were deeply troubling for me. So if we can go to the official on 3 minutes, it's going to be round 4 and round 5. And if we can go to it 3 hours and 7 minutes and 35 seconds. If we could, please, producer sir.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Hey, so the this one that we're about to play, I can't get it on the exact time. It won't let me, but it's going to start at 3:04:36.
Oh, 3:04 is going to be up too early. Can you get it closer to the 3:06 or?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, because it starts, even if you do 3:07, because then you only got 35 seconds.
Give me 1 second. Trying.
Because I want to show where, and that is round 4. And that's when.
I can get it to 3:06:59.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Look, can everybody hear us talking? Did they hear us?
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Sir Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 4, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
AC Dumas.
Ah, come on.
Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 5. Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson.
Okay. So I wanted people to hear that. So this was, and you can see, well, how we facing, I guess y'all really couldn't see. So you hear Councilman Pfeiffer, he comes back to, because he wasn't in his seat at the time, so he came back and he's like, hey, I'm listening. Look, she voting for Dumas. Rounds 4 and round 5. She voted. Y'all heard it. You heard it. I want to put the truth out there. Also, Leon L. Alamin did vote for, Rich Jones. And then once Councilman Pfeiffer, it was I'm pretty sure that he voted one time. And so Shauna, how come you can never hear the first word, Mike? I don't think he has the mic on or it's up close enough. I don't. Some of you couldn't hear. Jack says, to me, there's more maturity in doing what's right than doing what's wrong. So morally cowardice, political. So they were believing that she would vote. So that was round 4 and round 5. So we get to round number 51. That was 4 and 5. And so, they're thinking, okay, and you hear me say when you heard Councilman Jerry said, I believe I had 3 votes. And when he says, and I asked him, okay, who are your 3? Because Candace had voted for Dumas round 4 and 5. So now let's fast forward to round, we don't have to fast forward. I'm just going to tell you round 51. And so we all do 8, and we do Dumas. Candace did not vote for him during the end. She had led them to believe she was, and she didn't. She did not. I'm sorry. It was round 70. Round 70, JWC and myself voted for Dumas from 4 to 5. So out of 126 rounds, we voted for Beverly Biggs Levy 124. So for those who wanted to question what I said, get out of here with that garbage. Okay? Stop the mess. Because one, we sit in those seats. And it's not going to necessarily be easy. They felt that they had a 5th vote. We know that vote is not going to come. I am working on trying to get us an election sooner. I supported Beverly, and I still do. She was the top vote getter. Now there needs to be another election. That's going to be the only way that she will get that seat, is unless she wins in an election. And we need to have an election sooner than further. So Candace's thing, with saying, hey, they thought they had 3 votes. And she was up and out that seat, moving around, playing the game, giggling, cackling, and being real friendly. And so for that, she wins an Oscar. We got the Oscar. She wins an Oscar for that one. She wins an Oscar, an Emmy, a Tony, a Golden Globe, because when she was put, her feet were held to the fire, she was like, She was not doing, and she didn't do it. She didn't do it. So that I'm going to throw Dumas out in round 4 and 5. When it came to round 70 and 71, if her intentions were, and then Liddell was like, they said, oh, Liddell's mic was like, girl, go on with that. Liddell would not have just okay, girl. She would tear that place up. What's that song? We're going to turn this mother out. We're going to turn this mother out. That's what she would have did. Ain't no way. Because them two are like this. They're like this. And there's no way Candace was going to be a 5th vote for AC Dumas. She was not. So, Mickey Jordan, you were 100% correct as you spoke. 100%. 100%. I stand on Beverly had 589. I stand on the fact, yes, she did vote for him round 4 and round 5, and then Leon voted. Leon and Candace did vote out of their core group, but knowing they wasn't going to get them votes. Knowing they won't. T.R. said, and Councilman Mays was, she got called down to this mayor's office. She was out that seat so many times. She was busy. She was busy. Let me say that. She was very busy. And so for that, she deserves an award because she really made everyone to, like they're in round 4 or 5. And yes, I watched. Anybody can take, I watched it. I'm not saying what somebody told me. I watched it and then I was there, y'all. I was there. So I'm not talking about what I think. I'm talking about what I know. So she played, she played politics and she felt like, hey, I got him. I'm going to make him think that she ain't doing that unless she thinks she getting, it's clear she wants to be the president of the Flint City Council. And she would have had to have been promised to get president for her to turn her back on them. She would have to have. And that's the only way. She would have to have been promised that. And so she was. So somebody said, KB, that was staged. Thank you. Thank you. So for that, producer Jay, can you put it up? And listen, while he's putting it up, listen, I cannot do this without producer Jay. So if y'all would click, like, share, and donate. And I don't see the donate thing up there, producer Jay. I haven't seen that one. But I want you to put up, and I haven't seen it in the scroll. But then my eyes be on so much stuff, trying to keep my little notes right. So T. Austin, everything you see is staged. It was staged. Jessica, hello. I think Ms. Beverly should be seated because in the inventive political discourse, the Fab Five didn't demand or command respect, so she shouldn't. Well, they don't give it. So, so for Candace Mushat's performance with believing that she was going to vote for AC Dumas in round 4 and round 5, she gets the best performance, 7th Ward, Candace Mushat, for making people to believe she was going to vote for AC Dumas. And then when it came around to the spot, round 4 and 5, she did. Round 70, 71, she didn't. We went to round 126. She never said his name again. Never said it again. So Candace Mushat, you get an Emmy. You get an Emmy for best performance. Out her seat probably a million times, like she's negotiating. She was laughing. She ain't never been that nice to Councilman Pfeiffer. Not ever. Not ever.
I saw her on that video. I saw her on the video offer you some pizza.
Oh yeah. I'm like, oh no, thank you. No, thank you. She was nice that night. I'm not gonna lie. That was the Candace that I used to know. This new one, I don't know her. You know, that's the one. And so for this, she gets an Emmy. And so when she was placed, put your money where your vote is. She said Carrie Nelson. So she gets the best performance. And so from round 70, 71, she had Dumas had 4 votes. Then from 72 to 126, and went back to Beverly Biggs Levy because she was the top vote getter in the election that had their names on the ballot. And so that was what we stood with. I stood with, JWC stood with. Councilman Pfeiffer and Jarrett gave a very, they do recognize that Beverly Biggs Levy will not be appointed, that we do have to move the council forward. He gave a speech in stating that how he felt in regards to his reasoning for voting for, still voting for Dumas, because he realizes Beverly Biggs cannot get it in the selection process. The 4 of them don't like her. It's not going to change. She hit them at the lowest common denominator, and they will not forgive her for that. It is not going to happen. And yes, she did receive the most votes, which is 589. AC Dumas received the second at 548. They will not allow her. Those 4 are not going to budge. You would have swore she broke into the Fort Knox. You would have swore she did something so criminal. And the funny part, we supposed to be a forgiving one because Leon went to prison. He's sitting up there, but they forgot about that, and you want to incriminate? Come on. People get second chances. Beverly Biggs deserves a second chance. She's not the same person she used to be. And she made some changes. If Leon can do it, why can't Beverly Biggs do it? Help me to understand that. But I showed you where those numbers are. And that's what happened. So And up to around 126, it didn't change. And so it needs to go to an election. That's why I think even having with the special master, I think the special master will end up saying, because they are never going to vote for Beverly Biggs or Dumas. They're not. They went 126 rounds and they're not giving up a fifth vote. They're not going to do it. That's why it needs to be an election. An election needs to come sooner and it needs to be scheduled ASAP. I have sent emails regarding that. And one of the reasons why, when we talk about why I didn't take my seat, it's the first time that the city council rules were in direct conflict with the charter, Flint City Charter, and they were not aligned with it. And this is in over 100 years. It took them over 4 weeks to get a legal opinion. And once they got the legal opinion, I asked and had them put it on the record because you, the public, needed to know that I was holding to my word. And as I stated, and you still see the city attorney, and when I asked him on the record, he didn't give his in written form. He had an outside firm do it because he wouldn't put his on there. He was not going to put his name on there at all. And so now we have the legal opinion that I'm still not in agreement with. Council does not have independent attorneys that really represent. A legal opinion is just that, a legal opinion, because the other ones, they want us to pay for them. Their legal opinions are not the same. And so they're just not going to vote. She can only win by an election. 4 of them are not going to select her. They're just not. They're not going to do that. And so it has to be the people who come out. So the 3rd ward needs to come out to vote. The 3rd ward has got to come out vote. Deborah Thompson says, when number 7 started being subtly nice, it was clear what she was doing. Tell me about it. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. So you are correct. So I put the facts out there. Yes, she did vote. Round 4 and 5, she did. 124 rounds was voted for Beverly Biggs for number 5 and number 6, and 2 of them were voted for Dumas, around 70 and 71. They appeared to make an agreement. I believe in the voice of the people, and Beverly had received 589 people did cast a vote for her. Those were voted. Those are numbers. You can't say that didn't happen. You can't say that. That's just a lie. It did happen. So I don't see the cat. Listen, I don't see the cat. Oh, producer. So I cannot do this show, y'all, without my producer. So if you could donate to Cash App, $producer J87. I can't do this without. I receive none of these funds. None of them. I appreciate, and this takes a lot of work. Look, I have PTSD going. That's like me going back to war again. And literally, when you're watching that, you relive like the trauma. And so, what the 3rd ward has to do is show up to vote. There needs to be an election set. The election needs to be set so people can vote and show who they support. Because without it, you can see they playing all kind of games. Thank you, Sheena B, for putting that in there. I can't do this without my producer. And it is a lot of work. It's a lot, and it's a lot of work to sit down for him to understand. And he's really good. It's stuff he sends, and he put up. Literally, I hadn't seen something for like 2 days. Like, you didn't see that, Tanya? I'm like, no, I didn't. And he's on it because he used to watch before, and he is on it like white on rice. Okay, and he is on it, and he's ahead. He knows kind of like how I work. I don't receive anything, so any donations, anything that you give, it would go to Cash App. Thank you. Where's your Cash App? Oh, he got Zelle. Look, y'all see it on the screen. That I get 0. This is just so I can produce this show so that other cities and other communities will be able to know, how do we fight the power? We got to get out and do the work. And this is doing the work. I have had to, I appreciate him with everything that he does, because it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work to do. And videos, the uploading, staying ahead of me, because the conversation goes so many different ways. And then to have it up before, sometimes, I'll be like, oh, there we go. And so I appreciate you, Producer Jay, because it ain't easy. And it wasn't easy, I'm going to say, too, for Mickey, because it was a lot. You know, it was a lot. It's a lot because it's a lot of stuff that that happens.
Hey, a couple things. I had started a couple of comments, but also there was a picture that I wanted to put up that you haven't addressed, and see if we can see if you
What's
want
the
to.
picture first?
Let me. Yeah, I think you'll like this one.
Yeah. So this was in court, and I don't know who took that picture. Oh, that was with TV5. TV5 took that one, or 25. It was. We had 2 news stations there. So there you have Leanna Alameen, you have Candace, Judy, Liddell, and you have Doug. And so he was there to support his people. He supports them, and they were, supporting each other. I don't know. I mean, he's a friend to them, and I don't even, them. They are what they are, and so I'm gonna leave that for everyone else, not me. But yeah, bless their hearts, as my grandmother would say. Bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. So I do want to put up, can you put up in the pink I just sent back to you, so the people who are joined us late. So we talk about what happened. Avis Hopkins, you put 810 Winters and Mickey. Mickey understood he would get stuff 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning for me. And it's the same thing with you, Producer Jack. But Mickey, you were absolutely correct about the vote. You were correct. You were 100% correct, and you were factual. So I do want to say, look, and listen, you can watch the Morning Bump every Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 on 8110 News Media Group. Every morning, 9 to 11, 8110 The Bump, 8110 News Media Group. You can watch them every morning, where they give the latest hot talk, and they had every council meeting and other meetings, EAB board meetings and other meetings. And then you got on here Flint After Dark. Now, Terrence, I don't do all that cussing. So, and me and his wife was at the cookie shop with his son a week ago. So listen, so all 4 recall, 8110 Flint, let me give you your flowers, Xavier. He put all 4 recalls, petitions against Councilwoman Burns denied. What they really are looking for is malfeasance. I ain't trying to break no line. I told y'all orange is not my color. And if I have to go, I'm gonna ask for the Bam Bam suit. I'm gonna be real crazy, real quick. Okay, I'm telling y'all. And so, what they're looking for is malfeasance, where you did something criminal against the law. And I showed you what malfeasance is. What is something malfeasance? And I gave you a good example. And it's funny because as we're talking through this and walking through this, those checks, our charter says you cannot. And what that tells you, and then as we talk, and I'm like, wait a minute. She had that revoked too. So they're looking for malfeasance, and they're working on it at the state level. So don't be surprised that I know these other recalls are out if they are denied, unless they're criminal. And that is what they're looking for. Is it criminal? And because, they can be recalled. Well, I can see that with the prosecutor, because he's an elected official. It will go for all elected officials. And so I believe that Beverly Biggs, who, the queen of recalls, will be starting some new laws. Is going to be changed because of her efforts to recall people who she felt weren't standing for the people. She's going to be like that back in the 70s and 80s, where they were win a new car for an election. It was spurred. And AC Dumas, someone that said, AC Dumas Councilman Dennis Pfeiffer had said, AC Dumas will absolutely correct you and call you, and you will have some disagreements with him. That's just a fact. So before I get into this part, but all 4 recall petitions denied. Now we saw the picture with your girl Adele in there. Judy passed them back. So don't be surprised if they go and put some more in there. But I don't have a nonprofit. I have not been brought up on criminal charges. I've not gotten a felony while I'm in office. And I do not have a nonprofit that I voted yes to get my own nonprofit money. And then I knew better because I had a membership to that supermarket, and I recused myself from that and rescinded my as she recused herself one time, then she claimed she rescinded her membership. I didn't do any of that. So I'm just saying to y'all, this is what I want to share up for that. This was the same, I think we went Wednesday, the day after my birthday. So my birthday was December 10th. I could not have any cocktails. I needed to be sober and on point to go over every single one of those, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I did what I had to do. And listen, you girl, I don't be late. If you're going to try to crucify me, I want to be on time so I can come up against you in the name of Jesus. So, I do want to, one of the, there she go. And, and actually this was over. They were sitting in there waiting for Liddell to finish taking pictures so she can go back to correct. How does the special master think we gonna never agree when Judy and Liddell are in there recalling me, and she done coerced her sister to come in there to do? Her sister didn't know what was going on. Her sister didn't know.
Nasty black lady.
Did you just do a voiceover?
You's a nasty black lady.
Was that Councilman Mays' voice that you just had on there, Producer Jay? So she was literally in there doing this, and it was over. They were sitting there trying to figure out how to get Councilwoman Burns out here because she keep telling the truth. That's why I need y'all to stand behind me. I need y'all to be in places where I'm not. I need y'all to be there. When I send out the call, throw up the hat, I need y'all. I need y'all. I can handle a lot, but I need y'all. I need the community. We got to start getting out and voting, coming together. They don't want me to talk. They don't want me to tell y'all about Hasselbring where they're going to play basketball and football. Ain't going to happen. They don't want you to know about the stealing of everything out of the nunnery at House of Esther. They don't want me to talk about that. And it's not because, let me tell you, I believe in economic development. But it's how you don't come and bop up beside our head with it. Talk to us about it like I'm talking to you. We keep electing the wrong skin folk, which is not our kinfolk. They are not like us. They're not. They're not like us because they're in it for their own vested interest because they have their own nonprofits. They're not for us. You got these few people who are not for us. I'm telling you, they want to shut me up. And so when we talk about grassroots, I ain't got no nonprofit. I'm not for sale. I want things done decent and orderly and in a legal, respectful way. We gonna have change. That chip company is coming. Why do you think Ashley Capital built and got that site? They're planned for the future. And I want the residents in the future to enjoy the same type of life. I want to keep you in your home. I want to do this. So when I say this to you, trust what I put up here. Trust what I put up here because I'm putting up the receipts. That's why they suspended Mays, because he was a truth teller. Good job, JCWT. That's why they're trying to eliminate you. They do. I got removed for 30 days because I said Liddell's not a nice person. Well, she's not. It's nothing criminal about that. You can't censure me. And I'm coming back to sue the city because I'm tired of them messing with me. Let me move on down the road. This is it's just ridiculous. And so trust that this is not what they want y'all to hear. That first ward, when it comes back around, Leon cannot run for that seat because the third ward where he lives, the address now currently sits in the third ward as the map has changed. So he has another $150,000 of ARPA funds that needs to be given to him. And so that's going to be coming. I'm telling y'all, watch me. I'll put it out there so y'all can see why they mad. I put it out there. Y'all done seen the checks and the ARPA funds and the money that they want to get. I put it out there. Now, if your organization is good and you're doing something trustworthy, what I would do, mend some relationship where they done broke them so bad now, so that you don't have to vote on your nonprofit, but that your colleague would. So when I state treat the council like it's 9, not 5, 9, not 5, because now they have themselves in a predicament. They didn't care what the other people felt. They just steamrolled over. And that's just a fact. So I do want to put up, if you can put up there some facts about, because this is one of the big misnomers about protesting. Come to council. Look, y'all know what? You the man. You the man. You that guy today. Producer Jay. So when they take, because you get kicked out, as JWC said, you come here, you cough, you clap. Lady got put out for doing this, Miss Ann. No matter if you're walking down the aisle, they tell us you can't stand in the aisle. It ain't nothing to say you can't stand. It cannot be completely obstructed. They don't even understand what the laws are. They're not the fire marshal. They haven't attended any classes, of course, or anything to be telling people what they can and cannot do. Their position of authority, they abuse it. They abuse it. So, signs, you can generally protest because they throw you out for everything. You can generally protest with a sign at an open city council meeting, as this is considered a form of protected free speech under the First Amendment. First Amendment allowing you to peacefully express your views by attending a public meeting and displaying a sign related to the agenda or topic at hand. Key points to remember: a council meeting is considered a public forum where you have the right to express your opinions, including through signs, as long as you do so peacefully and within the established rules. Okay, UK had no signs. They don't want you to move the sign. You can't. They come up with just ridiculous stuff. Public peer. Most city councils have a designated public comment peer where individuals can speak directly to the council meetings. Agenda terms in which another way to voice your opinion. You absolutely can. So when they be mad about these signs, you have a right to it's protected. Open Meetings Act is protected by the First Amendment. These people keep winning money, and we're gonna do all of those. And I need to write that down before I forget, because we're gonna talk about all these people, and we're gonna get on over here. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all these cities that's been won money with these council meetings, and they continuously win them. They win at 300,000. East Point, it was so bad down in East Point. Each person, because of 1719, it was the year they won $17,910 just to make a statement. 4 people did, but it was the same thing that they're doing in Flint. They were doing in East Point, and so we have to watch that. So, you got to come, stay apart, be engaged, be involved. Support Beverly Biz. We will be putting up some stuff. So click the notification. If you're on here, click on here for notifications, because you're going to need to be in notifications. And notifications is going to allow you to know what things are going up, because we got a lot of things that are coming up, a lot. And so I want to share. So we look at how the first ward is changed. That's the north side. You have the company that is coming, which will be building chips, microchips. And microchips are in everything you have. And so this is going to be big, $55 billion investment. One of the biggest investments is projected to be in the state of Michigan, will be in Munday Township, which will be in Genesee County, and will affect Flint. I want you to know about this because we have a right to be transparent. We should be. I'm always transparent. I ran on transparency, truth and transparency. And so that's right, Sheena B. Hit that notification bell so that you will be notified, because we will be giving little videos to let you know what's going on, what's happening. And so please make sure you hit that notification bell so that you are notified, and we will be sharing out information. Hasselbring will be sending out a call. Hasselbring will need your support. They do have an interview that is coming up, I believe, on the 810 News Media Group. Winters will be doing it, and Mickey, and I don't know what day that it's going to be. I know it was moved, but it will be coming up. And so we need your support. Remember, Flint is just like any other place. It's going to show we can set a good example of how we can come together for the good of the community to do some good in the community. It's going to change, but be a part of the change. Make sure we elect the people that's going to not allow them to walk all over us. Not walk all over us. So anything in the comments, anything you want to say, Producer Jay? Look, he tired, y'all. Alexa said, what do you think of Councilman Pfeiffer's attempt to compromise with the motion for voting for AC Dumas? I mean, it made sense. I mean, it just did. I mean, He is saying, he has a relationship with, or Dumas, he responds. He gave his opinions. He stated his facts, and I understand what he's saying. Him and Councilman Jarrett stayed on Dumas from round 70 until round 126. And they're saying that she can temporarily, until there's election, to allow Dumas to hold that seat. That's what they're saying. Until there can be an election, have Dumas, AC Dumas, hold that seat to where it is fair. I get what he's saying. I get it. I get it. But for me, we're going to go to special master, and special master is going to tell whatever it is, we're going to come out of that with, who knows. So are y'all voting for Dumas or going to try to force an election? I'm very clear. I want an election. I've sent that to our city attorneys even before we went to the special master for the past 4 weeks, that we need to have an election. We cannot change what they are doing. The elections only come in May, August, and November. I have asked and requested of our city attorneys and from our city clerk to work on getting an election soon, this even before the special master. Have not heard back from them on that period at all. Is there any way that there can be a compromise? I don't know what kind of compromise it could be. They need an election, and I think it has to be done by the people. The people spoke before that, and the people spoke before, and that's who, in that election that they tried to say was an election, but they were ballots with the names print. She was the top vote getter. Auntie M, what happened to Jan Marie Ira? I haven't seen her since she lost. She stays very busy. She sends me articles. I mean, she's doing good. She's doing good. So any other questions? Ellen, Councilwoman, they are terrified of the power shift because of the investigation, subpoenas, and criminal charges that will be issued. Well, technically the FBI should have been hearing this. Why? You look at the other cities, and we're going to talk about that. The other cities where they are actually Detroit, Cincinnati, Maryland, and we can keep going, where council people voted on resolutions and took kickbacks to give their own businesses funds. And so when we talk about that, and they have been indicted, FBI has been there. I mean, they have been. You can't do it consciously. Make sure if when you're doing, say we are body of 9. If I had a nonprofit, I wouldn't vote on my nonprofit. I would hope that my colleagues would see the value in what my work was that I was doing to vote yes for it. That's the way I see it. But when you vote on one, and look, the papers don't lie. When you originated it in August of 21, your name on it, come on. It's on there. I didn't make that up. Boston, Massachusetts, dollar bill said Cleveland, Ohio, too. Oh, yep, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Boston. There was Maryland. They're popping up. New York. I mean, there is so many all over. And so when we talk about that, because why should you believe in your elected officials when has $75,000 been spent on roofs in that second ward? And I'm telling, and when she came up with that new word, Stalker River, she does the drama. Your neighbors have been sending people stuff. Your neighbors sent it to me. They sent it to me. And so she needs to stop. Your neighbors are saying you living better than them. You're not keeping your promises. And so I just try to bring some transparency. Tanya Burns got her work full. As we talk about, anyone here from Miss Tia Harris lately? I have not talked to her. I have not. I try to tune in when I can, when I'm available on a morning bump. Usually you would hear her call in. I have not heard her call in. I don't know what's going on with her, but I hope all is well for her. LOL, not football coach, but the football stadium. Look, y'all shady in these comments.
Yeah, they've been off the chain in these comments today.
Huh?
They just been off the chain in these comments today.
They have been. How many comments? Does it show how many comments we've had for the show?
It probably does on YouTube. I'm not on YouTube. I just
okay. So, allegedly, love your neighbors, leave your neighbors alone. Listen, the neighbor, she has, and that's the food stamp lady. She didn't reconcile with, That lady needed her money. Okay, she needed her money. You know, how do you not pay? As high as groceries are? If you're getting a 50 for 100 and you didn't pay that deal, you just wrong. I'm sorry. You wrong. And then you get a whole new cement, not asphalt, y'all. A whole new cement driveway. And then you get a privacy fence and professional landscaping. And she wasn't the only one. Several of her neighbors are telling on her. I mean, she don't get it. She don't get it. So that Ms. Burns, why didn't you have your Detroit Lions jersey on in Philadelphia? Listen, I was up in that Philly place talking crap. They was like, do you know where you at? I was talking big mess too when I was up in there. Now I'm gonna tell you the Philly. So people be like, oh, Philly steak cheese is the best. No, it ain't. It's not. And 19, what was it? Oh God, 39, I think. Jack's is good. Now we went to Geno's. Geno's was not good, y'all. It was, if you're hungry, it'll do. But Jack's was good. They chopped there. So that's where I did the video at. Now I was up in there talking mess about the Lions, okay? I was up in Philly talking mess. So we went to the second one. They were like, oh, you went to the wrong place. You guys went to, no, you got to go to Jack's was good. So they chop it up. They season there somewhat. 1973, I think Kogel's, or the guy who owned Kogel's, I believe that's what it was, opened up Big John's in 1973. And so that's a meat packet. Everybody knows that. And so what I think, now this is just my own, maybe a little shady opinion. So when you're in meat packing, everybody know about meat packing, where to get your good meat set, da-da-da. I think that they probably went up to Philly and said, this is a good idea in 1973, brought it back to Flint and said, but they don't season their meat. Season that meat and made it better. I'm sorry. Big John's is better. They're like, well, try it with the cheese. We don't use no cheese wings up in here. But you can get American cheese, whatever kind of cheese you want on it. And so I think they may have took that idea from Philly and came here and said, let's make a Big John's steak and onion. Big John's is better. I'm sorry. Big John's is better. And I done had about 4 of them because I have relatives there. So I wasn't just there for that. My cousins were there, and good friend Patricia had retired in Korea. So we were there, we were there for that. So, and then the other one. So I do want to say that I do like Big John's better. I'm sorry. They season their meat. I'm sorry. They season it very well. Let me say that. They season it very well. So, anyways, so put up the what's the thingy? The cash app. So why and I wear my Detroit shirt, and I was talking mess up there too. Also, we put the video up. I like to share things that I see when I go out. One of the most beautiful things that I like in architectural design is the City Hall in Philadelphia. And there's so much rich history there. And also with Underground Railroad and the different things that were there. Went to one, Charlie Brown's. It's 300 years old. And it was a spot for the Underground Railroad. And so there's so much history there. And you hear a lot of the slaves that they would move and go to Philadelphia. And so it's a very rich history. And I love history. So we went to the City Hall. And the City Hall that was there, there was 2 of us who went in. It was Attorney Millhouse and his wife, Felicia. And they are fun to be with. Lovely couple, a lot of fun to be with. And so we went, and JWC didn't go. She didn't go. And so the 3 of us were there, and I wanted to show through my eyes and the beautiful architecture. And one thing about the pillars at the top of the pillars, each one, like you see one of the pillar shows Africans at the very top of these pillars that are about 4 feet wide in diameter. And at the very top, they have like the different people who came to America, like the different races. You have some which are Greek. You can see the Native Americans. You can see the African Americans. And so at the top of those pillars, you see that. And that to me was absolutely beautiful. And because sometimes we don't see, we don't get to see architecture or different things. And I like to share things through my eyes. I'm like, look, y'all have got to see this. They were like, really? Well, let's go. So when they saw it, they were like, oh my God, I see what you mean now. And so I like to share things that are beautiful to my eyes, and I love art. I'm gonna send this one because it's something that people don't really pay it. You know, when you go and you're paying attention, and Felicia was like, "Oh, Tanya, did you see that up at the top?" You know, the last time I was there, I took my kids. Y'all know your kids don't be trying to be there, and so I'm gonna send it to you, producer Jay, so you can put it up. And so you'll see the architecture up at the top, and so it shows where people, different people, have come to our community or to the United States seeking freedom, and it shows. I don't know if you've gotten it yet, and the African Americans, and I just love architecture and I love art. My birthday last year, it was just me and my daughter, and what we did was just her and I went to the museum because my other sons could care less about the museum, and so that's what we did. We went to the museum, and so these pillars have all of these. The architecture is just beautiful, and so I wanted them to see that, and that was their first time in Philadelphia, and so it was nice. Ms. J, well, I think you're right in your stance with Ms. Bev. However, my understanding is that an appointment would trigger an election. Should we trust the Davina to do the right thing or stay there? Well, here's the thing, and leave that up for me too, producer Jay. The special master is going to give her determination on what should be done, and that's just a fact. They're not going to, and that's why Pfeiffer and Jonathan and Dennis, it's clear. When given the opportunity in rounds 70 and 71, Candace did not vote for Dumas. So it's not going to change. That was just a test to see, and it didn't happen. You had 124 rounds that JWC and myself voted for Beverly Biggs because she was the top vote getter. So for those who were talking all that craziness, and someone made comments to her, and I was offended by it because, number one, they couldn't have watched everything. They couldn't have. And those remarks were offensive. And JWC's family is in them comments. They're in the comments. Sherry is, Carl, Stephanie, Angie Mack, that's her family. And there were some very derogatory remarks which were made. And I don't think that they watched the entire thing. And that's why I made it a point to put it up here what the truth was. And so it's going to have to be an election. I am still pushing, never stop pushing for an election. And when we have the special master, that is going to be, do y'all see Candace voting for Dumas? Absolutely not. Now, if she do that, I don't see it. I don't see it. Because when given opportunity, she didn't. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And so it's not going to happen, and it's just not. And so in order for Beverly to win, she's going to have another election and to get out there, work the vote, and win. And she was a top vote getter, and that is what it is. And so like I said, 126 rounds. I get what Pfeiffer and Jonathan were doing. I think they got to the point, and Pfeiffer said he wasn't voting anymore because it wasn't going to move. That if he was going to move things anywhere, that he could see that they would, if they didn't like Beverly, then what about Dumas? You can't dislike everybody because they shopping around. And I get what he's saying. I completely get it. That's his choice. I can't tell him what to do, or I can't tell Jonathan Jarrett. But I don't think that they're going to vote. It's going to have to be by an election. And I think that people have to be, one thing you don't want to do where people are attacking and making comments about the other council members for what the vote is, you're going to run away support from Beverly Biggs. I wouldn't do that. And I wouldn't do it with JWC, Jerry Winfrey Carter. She has a big family. You don't want to run away the support from Beverly Biggs that comes along with JWC. Not a smart move. Not a smart move at all. You want to keep that there. Out of 126 votes, she voted 124 times for Beverly Biggs. Only around 70 and 71. And I was given the other colleagues because we are still going to court with the special master, which we knew that. We know that. And so I would not be attacking the voting, because you don't want to lose. If you care for Beverly Biggs, you want to make sure you keep intact. And like I say, hold your ground, because we have to go through the special master process. We don't even know where it's going to be. My suggestion was to Attorney Giltner, who was our attorney. They have Attorney Barry Wolf, to have it in city council chambers like we had the trash hearings. That was my suggestion, to have it there. But I would not attack her and say, there were some things, or us, the four. I wouldn't do that, because you need us to remain intact for democracy, for the right way to do it. I am still for me. I'm going to speak for Tanya Burns. I am keeping it. I want it to go to an election. We got to go through the special master process, and I want to have it sooner than May. I do. That showed that around 70 and 71, that even with this special master process, they're not going to budge. That was the purpose of that. They're not going to budge. Not at all. So I would be very careful with that, because one thing you don't want to do is make JWC's family mad, because they are very voiceful and they don't have no filter, some of them. They really don't. So I would leave that alone while she's supporting, because she went on to go to round 126 before we adjourn to support her. You don't want her to lose that support. You got to be careful what you're saying. And they know what you're saying. When you misquote and telling lies about who, how people voted and you didn't watch, you can't do that. That's causing division in this community. Don't do that. It's clear. That's why I played the video, round 4 and 5 at the 3 hour and 7 minute mark. She definitely voted for Dumas, round 4 and round 5. Now, when it came to round 70, when they was pulling her card, hey, we got your dance card. Time for you to dance. Time for us to dance. She voted for Carrie Nelson. 2 rounds only. And so when people say, well, why didn't your 4 hold together? Let me tell you why. We ain't doing no round robins, number one. What they're doing is they're independent voters. They're independent. We don't do round robins. The mothers stick together whether you're wrong or right. And I'm quite sure, because I haven't asked them, why they were voting for that. Okay, it'll give us relief until we can have an election. If Candace was going to vote for Dumas, I think that's what they were thinking. I knew better. I'm like, he is not getting ready to. She ain't ready to vote for him, but she get an Oscar for that, for best performance, like she was. But if you are a Beverly Biggs Levy fan, the best way you can do is to continue to support. But this is part of politics. Candace wasn't going to vote. Liddell would have tore that council chambers up. Tow it up. So, anyways, so I'm getting back on the artwork. So someone gave the interpretation. I believe it's holding up the justice and holding up the Constitution. And those are the Native Americans. As you can see, those are the Native Americans that they're showing. And each of these pillars shows a different race that is in there. Each one. And can you go back to the African Americans? Because that was as you can see, the Native Americans, what they have sculpted, sculptures of them. I just love artwork. And this is at their city hall. And you're looking at the when you looking at them, I think this is beautiful. So, Producer Jay, we getting off of here.
Only one came in.
Only one came through. Look, y'all know my internet is questionable. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, so the other one should be coming through. And so these are one of the most, this is what Felicia was looking at. And she was like, oh my God, Tanya, look at that. And it is beautiful. And I appreciated traveling with those two because they like to do, I love art. Also went to the and I had been there before, but we went to the Rocky Steps, and it should have showed up, Jay. But when traveling, try to always do something that's, that's fun, that's out of your norm, because that's for me. I like to follow the unbeaten path when traveling, and to do things that are different. It's just a beautiful place. And the video, Producer Jay, you have it on my site, don't you?
Which one?
The video with.
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube.
Okay. So so it was nice, and these were some things. We went here, and then there's the Africans, and so as you can see the sculpture, as they sculpted it, and I'm gonna have to look at what exactly the representation, but it was in 1909, and then they finished building the city hall in 1927. And so it took years to build this. And so for me, it reminds me of they're holding up the Constitution, holding up the law, holding up our country, holding up justice. And that's what it reminds, even though we have been crucified. This has been an unjust country for people of color, but this is supposed to give you hope and promise. But this shows, and people, and me being a woman of color, you're constantly fighting. You're constantly, when people say, oh, you're not, listen, in my industry, I was a Black woman. I don't care what tone my melanated skin was. I was a Black woman, and dealing with the majority in my industry, Republican white men. And it was, I had to develop I had to use and be a very sharp person with a sharp tongue to get them together at times. I remember one of the guys asked the president, he tried to talk about Obama. And I'm like, oh, we in Los Cabos. And I'm like, is he talking about Obama to me? No, Obama shouldn't have drank the water here in Flint, but that wasn't what was discussed. He was talking about him as a Black man. And what was so refreshing was there were other dealers who worked, the business owners who were white. They lit him up, the guy. Lit him up. He was in North Carolina. Lit him up. And the president was like, they were like, well, should you say something? He said, no, Tanya can handle herself. And then he said, don't need to. The other people, because they respect how I handle myself. They respect the business that I do, that the other man lit them up. Now, he was traveling there with his secretary, by the way, that his wife didn't know, okay? And he wanted to talk mess. So by the time they finished with him, I make sure I polished him off, okay? But sometimes it looks like our Black people struggling doing the work. I love this. And so this is the artwork. And so if you ever go to Philadelphia, make sure you go to see the City Hall. And Antoine Little, it's all because of you, because he has lived there for years, and you are the reason why I know to go to these places, and I've seen them before. Also, the steps of Rocky, where he run them. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I know Rocky. And so I did climb them steps now. Mickey Jordan was there. Mickey cut the line in front of people, y'all. I'm just saying, he cut that line. He cut that line, and he wasn't right for it. And then people told him, look, it's a line. And so, and it was cold there that day. I'm telling you, it was cold. And so, but I did go up to all, look, the girl did do all the steps and we did it. We all did it. But we didn't do it. We were all there and come at the same time. And so go see the things when you go to places. You know, I'm not a clubber, and I was never a clubber when it was club time, because I ain't like, that's when you can smoke in a club. I didn't want my hair to smell like smoke, y'all. I'm just saying. So you got the Rocky steps up there, and I did go up to the top. There's the Rocky. Look, there goes Rocky. And that's at the Art Institute where he ran up the stairs. And it was a lot of stairs. Yeah, it's like being on the stepper. So by the time you get to the top, you feel like you have received a butt lift. I'm just saying. Them steps will work on your glutes. They work on your glutes. And so that's one of the famous landmarks, the Betsy Ross House Constitutional Center Hall, the Liberty Bell, which we went to see that. I've seen Liberty Bell before. And it is just, it's so many great things. And one thing that Philadelphia was a place of refuge for slaves who were escaping the South. It was a place of refuge. And when you know your history, you got to know where you're coming from to know where you're going. And this is a part of our history as Black people, because I couldn't do what I'm doing if it wasn't for somebody who paved the way for me. So with that being said, we're going to close out. Producer Jay, is anything you want to close with?
No.
What you want to close with?
That's up to you.
This has been I do want to show y'all this. I'm going to send this to y'all because this was irritating. I ain't going to say irritating. Every single time, I'm going to send this. I got to show this. I am not well, I guess I am now. My kids have always had pets, but I'm going to show y'all this and I'm going to send this to y'all because I swear every time I went to this monkey would not leave me alone. Would not. I'm gonna send it to you. Chuck and Gingy. Gingy is pregnant now. And literally every single time I walked in this room, these are John's monkeys. This monkey would jump on me every single time. Every time. I could not get rid of her, or both of them, especially her. And usually monkeys are, they're different. They're used to their owners, literally. And these monkeys like leap. And y'all, where's the monkey at? I could not get rid of this monkey. Gingy would not leave me alone every single time. If I was standing, literally before I got to sit down, if she was out running around, she would jump on me. I'm like, I am not a monkey person like this, but this monkey, she would not leave me alone. Would not, and did not. And I'm like, I mean, she would just hang out. She was stealing people food. She likes cocktails. But somebody should have told her you can't drink when you're pregnant. But I couldn't get rid of her. And so these are John's monkeys, and these monkeys are they're cute, they're friendly, but the monkeys be all over you. All over you. And John would make the joke that I was their auntie. That's just like my daughter saying, like she put on my flowers, she put on there the grandkitties and the grandcats. I'm not a grandma to no cats, and I'm not no aunt to no monkeys, okay? I'm on real grandkids. But listen, I just wanted to share that with everybody. And Producer Jay, you know we staying on here too long.
You had to make up for last week, and the Steve Harvey show and the Ricky Smiley show is like 4 hours, so you good.
Wait a minute. No, you here with us. Because if you in here, thank y'all. Let me send y'all some love. Thank you for hanging in there. From my heart to yours, thank you for hanging in there. Because y'all done hung in there. You have hung in there. And last week I wanted to do, I had so much stuff that we were doing. And I do want to say thank you to the Lento Law Group, Joe Lento, and then to the other attorneys and John for the awards that were given. But is he potty trained? Yeah, she didn't pee on anybody that I know on. that I know of. I didn't. But look, them monkeys be everywhere. Literally everywhere. So if you are still on, we're going to be doing some short clips. We may have some other ones that we will be doing live. And hit the notification. Breaking with, woo! This has been a long one. Tell me about it. Gangster producer Jay. Jay is a gangster for hanging in there with me. But he was like, you gonna be able to do it? Yeah, your girl was tired. I'm gonna tell you this. On our flight, Mickey claimed he wasn't sleeping. I've been calling him James, but he was asleep, y'all. I had a picture of him. I think he was in my seat and I was in his seat. But listen, he got I'm telling on you, Mickey. But the plane got a little shaky. We had some turbulence. But then when we landed, the plane was like it felt like you're going up and then you're going down because there was some wind. And when we had left Michigan, there was some wind. But we had a great time. And Antoine Little, I enjoy you for being there, hanging out with you. You my cousin, you my love, and my other cousins. So we had a great time. So anyways, thank you, Producer Jay. You are awesome. Appreciate everyone who spent their time with us today. And at the bottom, ways to give: Cash App, $ Producer J87 or Zelle 470-660-1833. Again, I could not do this without Producer Jay, so that whatever you donate goes to Producer Jay to help me, because I can't do a 4-hour marathon. Look, y'all helping to save the world, actually, in our communities. I'm learning as you guys are learning, and we learning together, working together for something good. Producer Jay, from my heart to yours, I appreciate you, because I am not easy to deal with this, because there's so much information up here, and then for me to get it out there, it takes a lot. Thank you for what you do.
Well, I mean, you should be used to long ass meetings anyway. Y'all have marathons, so.
You know what? As I am. Now, you know what JWC be saying? Girl, you know you can talk. She be telling me that. So I like to get the information out. So I appreciate everything and everybody that is on here. Look, click like, share, and subscribe. How many likes did we get today? Is that on the other side you can't see? Look, I'm asking him stuff, y'all, because
I can't see that.
Look, I don't even know. So listen, I appreciate everyone. I'm sorry it was so long, but we're gonna have some updates midweek. I don't know. We start the special master in January. We have a special meeting on Monday. Then there's one on Wednesday. So we got a lot to cover. So I want everyone to enjoy the rest of your weekend. Peace, love, and thank y'all for hanging in there with us. Sending from my heart to yours. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thank you for giving your time. And for those who donated or those who wanted to donate but could not, thank you, because I could not do this without Producer Jay. It is not a possibility. Producer Jay, you that guy. So I appreciate everyone. Enjoy your weekend. And I got a roast and potatoes and some macaroni and cheese and string beans with smoked turkey legs to put on, y'all. I got to go put my food on. Okay. All right. I love y'all. And thanks for giving me and sharing your time this weekend. Bye. Mwah.
It's the Tanya Burn Show. Tune in right now. Like and share. Our city needs that file. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up. We're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Till your burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. We fail.